Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to Ivalice, everybody. I just finished Final Fantasy Tactics, and so I really wanted to revisit the Final Fantasy XIV Ivalice raids. So these raids came out in the Stormblood expansion, and they reference both Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy XII. So we're going to be seeing both games in there, and I just really want to do it again, especially since when I played this back in Stormblood, I didn't know the references to Tactics. So playing this immediately after beating Tactics, I feel like will be so much fun. So I don't have too much else to say besides that. Let's get in there, shall we? Let's get in there, shall we? Stormblood was your favorite expansion? Oh, you are so real for that. You are so valid. Okay, hold on. My character is going to be dramatically looking toward the right while I look at my screens and stuff, because I have to, all of my screens and stuff are to my right, so bear with me. For people watching the YouTube VOD, I'm testing my VTuber model today, so this stream is a little bit of an experiment on my end, figuring stuff out. Don't mind me, technical difficulties and all that. What else is new? Okay. So, True Gamer is super. Hello, thank you for stopping by. All right, you guys. I might be a little slow to follow the chat today because it's really hard to look at the VTuber camera and look at the chat at the same time. My setup is a mess. So I apologize if I do fall behind the chat. I will try to check regularly though. Whenever you see my character do this, I'm looking at the chat. Oh gosh, yes, the Ramza minion! The Ramza minion is good. Hey guys, how laggy is my model? Is my model lagging? So if you are watching the VOD on YouTube, I am testing my VTuber model with this stream today. I am seeing how well it runs. It is kind of laggy. Don't like to hear that. Well, if it is too bad, you don't think it's laggy? If it is too bad, if I think it looks bad, I will switch over to a PNG. But I will test this for now. The same as before I showed this, I'm not sure what that means. Alright. Acceptable amount, not too bad. The 14 window? It's noticeable. I don't like that it's noticeable. Fairy Tale, hello! Thank you for stopping by. Listen. I am willing to switch to the PNG tuber if the VTuber is not really working well today. But that's also problematic because I need, if it's not working well today, will it work well ever? Well, let's see how long I can stand it. Let's see how long I can stand it. Alright, so Ivalice raids, it's nighttime now. Ivalice raids. We gotta open New Game Plus. We gotta open the Ivalice raids, the return to Ivalice. Fresh off their widely acclaimed performance of the Zodiac Brave story in Garlemald, the airborne theater troupe Prima Vista sets anchor in Kugane with a new story to be told. What brings them to these far lands? Sit back and let them regale you with a tale of the fabled kingdom of Ivalice, and perhaps you will understand. Commence. Activate. New Game Plus. No, bad guy, hello! Thank you for stopping by. I'm not a Vieira, no. No, it's true. The rumors are true. I'm a Midlander. I've been a Midlander in the video game. You see, in Final Fantasy XIV, I thought it would be more fun to play a fictional race that I am not in reality. And so I have decided to play this human girl. Okay. Where is my quest for this? Oh, hi! Hi! Hello. I'm on console, so it's not easy for me to do emotes, but I see you. Hi! Hello, it's hard for me to do emotes on console, but pretend I'm waving at you. Pretend I'm waving at you. Hello. Where is that quest? Is it this? Dramatis Personae. It's probably this, right? Right? Oh, yes. Also, guys, I have decided for this raid today, I have decided I will be playing White Mage in memoriam. Pour one out for the girlies. Pour one out for the girlies. All right, are you the guy? Yes, you are the guy. Am I okay with people joining in? If you are on Ether, you can try to queue at the same time as me. I don't mind. You are more than welcome to try to queue at the same time as me. But I am on Ether, so you have to be here. And I know that's hard. Okay. So, Dramatis Personae. Kaita knows of someone seeking your acquaintance. Welcome, milady. There is a young maiden here who would speak with you. Where? Oh, you? You? Hi! Miss! The adventurer has arrived! Hi! And here she is, the liberator of both Doma and Alamigo in the flesh. I am Lena Melrilla, correspondent for the Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. Don't know you. Who? Is there a problem? Who are you? Who are you again? Muji? That would be my sister. People mistake us all the time. Same profession, you see, and we do bear a passing resemblance. When last I heard, she was still assigned to the Botanist Guild in Gridania. Poor thing. Isn't that like Hildebrand questline stuff or something? That sounds familiar. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you'd pass by. What? No, I'm here because... Actually, it's best you heard it from Alma. I am but an observer. Oh, I know that name. Alma, come! I found her! Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed it is. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You are his only hope. It's all right, Alma. We are attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We will await you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing. Okay! Oh gosh, oh gosh. Relics, hello, thank you for stopping by. And Hold by Rasengan, hello, thank you for stopping by. Mr. Indigo, hello, thank you for stopping by. Hello, hello. You guys, be honest with me, is the VTuber working? Is it lagging too bad? Is the VTuber worth it today? Be honest with me before I get too deep into this. I am nervous about this VTuber model. I feel like it's gonna stress me out for the entire stream. You think it looks fine? Are you sure? Looks fine to you? It's not lagging too much, is it? It looks fine. The VTuber is cute and working fine. Okay, I trust your judgment, chat. I trust your judgment. Lip sync sings good? Awesome. Awesome to hear that. So, you guys, I really do not have a good, like, physical setup for VTubing, especially when I'm doing it from console. So it's very difficult for me to look at the chat while I'm doing this. Whenever I look at the chat, I have to go, like... It's big and dramatic, you'll know what I'm doing it. And so because of that, I might be slow to catch up on chat. I do apologize, but I'll go ahead. Since you guys are saying it's okay, I will go ahead and continue using the model. It's a tiny bit slow, but it's not a problem or distracting, if you're sure. If you're sure. Today is a test stream after all. Alright, now like I said, you guys, if you want to join me for these Ivalice raids, you're welcome to do so. You're gonna have to queue up on Ether as the same time as me. I'm not gonna have like a party finder or anything because I don't want to take too long doing stuff. But you are welcome to queue up on Ether with me as I progress through these raids. Oh, she's crying. Sob. As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask, how is the game audio? Is the game too loud? Is the game too quiet? Let me know before I get in too deep, because it's gonna be so hard for me to check later. Gate Guard, Minagumo has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him when you wish to gain admission to the docks. Music is good, not sure about effects yet, fair enough. Audio balance is fine at the moment. Okay, okay. Maybe turn it down a smidge just in case. A smidge. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Alright. Are you still crying? She ain't got nothing to say. Thank you for coming, Mana. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Garlean one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle. Woohoo! Welcome to the Prima Vista! We're gonna be seeing this place a lot today. Welcome to the Prima Vista, the most luxurious theater barge in all the land. The Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the majestic Imperial Theater Company. You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least no known spies. Okay, thank you. Ask anyone and they will readily attest. The majestic Imperial Theater Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the 3 great continents and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts. That the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts who supported various theater troupes to the tune of much coin. Damn! Damn if it ain't true! The guy loved to be the theater guy. He loved his theatrics. Damn if it ain't true. In Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship, that the troupe might perform in every quarter of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now, all theater troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders? Well, they are never heard from again. This policy has effectively left playwrights with one of two options: compromise their creative integrity to curry favor with this radiance, or put down their quills altogether. Damn, Varus hates theater. Probably because Solus pissed him off so bad. Damn, that's sad! The principal of the Majestic, however, chose a third option, to express his disapproval for the new emperor's policies obliquely in ostensibly unpolitical works. Pray forgive me for my earlier outburst. I am Alma Bas Lexentale, daughter of Principal Genomus Sen Lexentale. Mayhap you have heard of my father's latest play, the Zodiac Brave story. On the surface, it is an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worth of the censors' attention, but beneath it is something quite different, a fact the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe, and by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the Majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. That's messed up. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here, right?
Allow me, Lena.
I said. I feel like I never see this guy anymore.
I've known Genomus since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend.
That's fine, Sid. That's fine.
Genomus and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the other's naive ideologies. Yet, no matter where our conversation began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The troupe was to be his path into the people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Genomus never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Hearts will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the skies so others might do the same. What I'm trying to say, rather poorly I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Alamegan or a Doman who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper. How many Eosian adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for her missing father? And in Garlean territory, no less. But you are different. You have seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So, what say you? I would make a poor adventurer were I to shy away from adventure. No, I could never turn my back on a damsel in distress. Truly, truly. So true, so true. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search. Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I am getting ahead of myself. Please, follow me. Now, I do know that we are discussing an awful lot of Final Fantasy XIV lore today, and some of you might not be familiar with 14's lore. Don't worry about it too much, honestly. They are going to incorporate Ivalice lore into all of this. We are just opening up with 14 lore for now to set the setting within this game. But we'll get our Ivalice, we'll get it. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita... Delita? Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of Ivalice. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Genomus simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would have never risen to the throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. A second hero? According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. Wow, they really just cover the whole story, and I don't remember them doing this. I mean, to be fair, I haven't played the story of the Ivalice raid since it came out in like 2017, 2018. It's been a long time since I've seen these cutscenes, but they sure are just telling you what happens in tactics. Yet, the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friends by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the Pauper's rise to regent. You must forgive me, but I've never heard of anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Genomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Ivalice had Genomus firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this of all places as his refuge. Was it not, Alma? That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Naxia, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca Desert. Poor Dalmasca. The kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations, until the Empire came calling. By the way, all this Dalmasca stuff is stuff from Final Fantasy XII. Like I said, this raid is going to be referencing both Tactics and 12, and I know I haven't shown 12 on this stream yet, but Dalmasca, that is 12, just so you know.
When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca Desert to search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals. Crystals unlike any others. Auracite. My father called them auracite and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12! It's magnificent!
Ivalician legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather auracite that young Delita rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that is all it ever was, a tale.
My father would often tell us how the auracite spoke to him. That's not good. How the auracite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively, and that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research, and though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness, or perhaps of the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him.
Oh shit. Look who it is.
Hi.
Alma, who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce... Enough, Master Sid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans, and we still have our pride. Unlike some, it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. So this is Ramza. In Final Fantasy XIV, he's kind of a... kind of a bitch. Oh, excuse my language. This is not my Ramza. This is not my beautiful Ivalice. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide. Your sister is right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for her character. In all the time I have known her, she has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed color her judgment. You are lucky to have her. But we would have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomus to his fate. I am sorry.
So for anyone who is unfamiliar with Final Fantasy XIV, the Omega raids are happening at the same time as this because they're the two Stormblood raids, and Sid is busy with that, so he ain't gonna help us here. Bye, Sid. Bye.
You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Rabanastre, it may be time to admit we are out of our depth.
My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life.
The Empire turned Rabanastre into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. I realize that now, Master Garland, But at the time, I saw an opportunity to rescue our father, and I took it.
Whatever led you to believe your father was in the Damascus capital?
My father's fascination with Evalician legend began with a trip to the antediluvian city long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that is where he has returned. Now, you must excuse me. I need some time to think. Then, Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in Mana's capable hands. She has ever repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant her yours.
Thank you, Master Garland. We will not forget this kindness.
Guys, has my VTuber model been, like, looking up this whole time? Has my VTuber model been doing, like, this the whole time? You love when the raids mention each other. Yes, me too, it's good. Also, hello, Red Joker, hello and welcome. Thank you for stopping by. It's time for me to catch up at the chat. I haven't looked in, like, 15 minutes. Hold on. Kinda not really. Alright, what have you been talking about, chat? Let me catch up to you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Ramza, if he never went through the troubles of tactics, Ramza, truly. It's been normal, kinda not really. You like how I made my character look like my VTuber model? Thank you, thank you! My VTuber model's eyes are closed because I'm looking down at the chat. Hold on. Music makes you want to scream. You love tactics so much. Me too, me too! Do you mind if we mention Stormblood and Endwalker spoilers? I would actually prefer no Final Fantasy XIV spoilers, just because some people might be watching this stream and this VOD who don't know much about Final Fantasy XIV, so I would like to keep this story discussion exclusive to what we're watching today and what happens in tactics. And a little bit of 12, but just a little bit. No big 12 spoilers either. Let's see. Omega's fanfic tournament arc. True. You're enjoying the dramatic VTuber poses? Ivalice raids discussion only it is. Whew, it's kind of hard, chat. It's kind of hard because, again, I'm streaming this through my console, so I have to put my phone on like a little stand, and I have to make sure I'm looking at the camera at all times, and I can't look at the camera and then look at the chat. I'm trying though, I'm trying. Alright. So. Sid didn't bid me farewell. This is going in my write-up. Oh, how I miss my father. Now, I will go ahead and say, you should not consider these characters, Alma and Ramza, to be the same one from Tactics. These, for all intents and purposes, are completely separate characters. That's why Ramza's a bitch here. Nothing like my Ramza. Don't forget to uncheck skip viewed cutscenes. Ooh, thank you! Thank you, that is a really good reminder. That is a really, really good reminder. Where will I find that? Where is that? Where is that option? Where is that buried in all of these 1 million options? Skip cutscenes turned off. We'll see if we're lucky enough to get raid groups who will not pull the boss while I'm watching these cutscenes, but they might. They might. Where's that bitch Ramza? There you are, bitch. Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold my judgment until after Dalmasca. Okay? Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing to memory the location of each of the barge's exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on.
Also, this isn't Ivalice, but Prima Vista is the name of the theater ship in Final Fantasy IX, right? I say as if I haven't played that game. We got Final Fantasy references everywhere. It's not even just Ivalice, we got everything. Prima Vista, go! I have been doing a little bit of research into tactics since I beat the game last night. I've learned a few interesting things. One of the things I was most interested in is where tactics falls on the Ivalice timeline. I know now, and the answer is nobody knows. The answer is probably after 12, and quite a bit after 12. Like a really long time after 12. Hey, bitch.
We'll complete our descent to Rabanastre in the shuttle.
Ramza!
I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Come, we are wasting time.
The Royal City of Rabanastre, Final Fantasy XII.
According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some thousands of years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here.
Then, your father believes that Rabanastre sits atop the royal city of Lysalia, capital of Ivalice. But if that's true, it could change history. We would be famous.
Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Puh. Your kind are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others.
Damn, dude. Bold words for a boy of but 16 summers. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearances of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. Oh, they're fighting.
Yes, yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. Oh shit!
You see, it is as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool! Do you see that one? Slayer of gods. They call her Warrior of Light.
So these fellas, they're called Banga. They're a race in the Ivalice games, except they're not in Final Fantasy Tactics. But they're in 12, they're in the Tactics Advanced games, they're in a lot of Ivalice games, they're just not in Tactics. And that particular Banga, I think all of these Banga actually, but the green Banga is a very notable character from Final Fantasy XII. So that's cool. That's cool. It's a shame they're not playable in Final Fantasy XIV. True. Yes, the convenient army adventurers we just so happen to have. Ramza Lexentail needs a slap from Ramza Beowulf. True. Oh gosh, worst Ramza ever. Oh gosh. Also, Hazel, hello! Thank you for stopping by. Again, if anyone's just joining the chat, it's very hard for me to look at the chat while I have the VTuber model up, so I'm slower at reading the chat than ever. So I do apologize if it takes me a minute to notice you, and if I miss you, I apologize, I apologize. He should realize the irony in his own statement being Carlian. This guy. So if you're not familiar with Final Fantasy XIV, if you were coming here through the Tactics VODs, if you're an Ivalice head, but you don't know Eorzea, if you're an Ivalice head but not an Eorzea head, all you've got to know is that the Garleans are the evil empire in this game. That's basically all you gotta know. How is the VTuber model going? It's stressing me out. I've been thinking about it constantly while streaming today. I feel like it's a little bit laggy. This is my first proper test using it while playing a game. I feel like it's a little laggy. But hopefully it's going okay. The setup is kind of a mess. I just really do not have a good physical setup for this, but I'm doing my best. If you need a real-world example, they are close to the Roman Empire. Yes, yes, yes. All right. I'm gonna queue in a second. Let me talk to this bitch. To Robinoster. Hold on, father. Help is on the way. You cannot expect me to walk away from this. If the legend of Ivalice is true, the public has a right to know. So, I know I'm going into this stream specifically because I just finished Final Fantasy Tactics, and as you can already tell, this raid will reference Tactics quite a bit, but it still needs to be said that it also references 12 quite a bit. So if you don't understand a reference, odds are it's from Final Fantasy XII, specifically if you're coming here from my Tactics streams. Robinoster is Final Fantasy XII, Dalmasca is Final Fantasy XII, the Lizard Men are Final Fantasy XII, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna get a ton of tactics in here. We're gonna get so much. A lot of the bosses in these Ivalice raids are Lucavi. In Final Fantasy XII, they were Espers, they were summons. So we're gonna see some familiar Lucavi pretty quickly. And if you don't recognize a Lucavi, it probably appeared in 12. Okay, now, you guys, you are welcome to try to queue this in with me if you want. I am on the Ether data center if you want to try to get in. I know it's difficult to get on Ether, but that's where I live. I'm not going to have a party finder or anything. I'm just going to queue in, and my queue might be kind of fast because I am playing healer. So I'll try to give you a heads up if my queue pops for like people to check if they're in the same queue as me so that they can bail if they're not. But I'll go ahead and just queue on in. We want the royal city of Rabanasta. Let's go. 18 minutes? We might be here for a minute. We might be here for a minute. That's okay. So how's it going? 18 minutes, really? That's a lot. That's a lot of minutes. All right, well, I'm gonna take this opportunity to just talk to the chat. I'm gonna hold up my monitor that has the chat on it high up to my face so I can talk to you guys. Hi, guys. At this point of the day, Ether is near impossible to get on. Aw, I'm sorry. You have a fun fact later about Rofakel you'd like to share after we get there, if you don't mind? I might talk about it, because I looked it up just now. I looked it up this morning, so I might talk about the thing you want to talk about. You'll probably have more insight than I do, but I do know about Rofakel, and I'll talk about him when we get there. Well, we're gonna be here for a little bit. Hopefully not the whole 18 minutes. We'll see. Maybe I should have made a party finder after all. Now, I do want to stream Final Fantasy XII really bad someday as well. That's another stream you can expect from me in the future. It's one of my favorite games of all time, by the way. Unlike Final Fantasy Tactics, I have played Final Fantasy XII. That said, it has been a very long time since I've played 12, so that doesn't mean I remember it perfectly. But you know I remember Dalmasca and Rabanastre because it's the starting city of the game. When I think about Final Fantasy XII, I think about desert, and here we are. Desert. Okay. The VTuber model's stressing me out so bad. I might switch to a PNG tuber just for some peace of mind. The VTuber model's really stressing me out. I do genuinely hope it's been looking okay. I'm probably gonna look back at the VOD and find the frame rate unacceptable. Only one thing you remember about 12 and you're not saying anything until the next raid. Oh yeah, there's a famous 12 man in the next one. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. It's working fine, it's looking good. Thank you, thank you. Just a matter of getting used to it? Probably, yeah. Ooh. But I'm already hearing some of Tactics music and it's already making me emotional. I love Tactics. Tactics is genuinely one of my new all-time favorites. It's one of the best Final Fantasies, I'm gonna be real. Like, sincerely. You remember a while back you mentioned a second playthrough of Tactics. What are your plans for that? Not on stream. I might play Tactics again on like hard mode in my own time and see what some of the characters that I didn't use are like, such as the infamous Sid. I just kind of ignored that man. But I'm not planning to stream any more Tactics. Tactics is done on stream. I will probably stream Tactics Advance in A2 someday, but that is very tonally different from the original Tactics, so if people don't know, and if people aren't familiar with those games, be ready for that. I'm seriously leaning towards putting the VTuber away. It's hard. It's hard! Sid will have his revenge. Will you guys be mad at me if I put the VTuber away? It's stressing me out. You couldn't get through your streams of Tactics Advanced 2 and you ended up streaming a custom hack of Tactics instead. Oh yeah, I really want to play War of the Lions so I can see Balthier and Luso. Sid has a lot of dialogue, more than the OG version. You think they kind of assumed everyone would use Orlando after he appears. I'm sure someone good at the video game would use Orlando as soon as he appears, but I wanted to keep the girlies. For better and for worse. Guys, if it's stressing you out, go ahead. You think it looks perfectly fine. I think I'm more stressed about how I can't look at the chat, to be honest. Not mad about it at all. Do what makes you comfy. Alright, chat. This was fun test. I'll look at the VOD later to see how the VTuber went. I'm gonna pull the PNG tuber up real quick so that I can breathe. So that I can breathe. Pray return to the waking sands. Oh my god, I'm so stressed out. Hold on, BRB screen. Let's bring the PNG out. Let's bring the PNG out. It's gonna be my last time using the tactics PNG, so let's give it a send-off. Let's give it a send-off. Okay, that's better. Oh, I can breathe! I can breathe! We'll use the PNG again when they release Tactics 2, right? True! Oh gosh. I don't know, guys. I need to start getting ready to use the VTuber model, but I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. That's what I've learned through the test today. But this way I can actually look at the chat while I'm playing, which is important. Oh, there it is! Okay, you guys, if you tried to queue in with me, the queue just popped. So if it is popped for you, you're in with me. If it is not popped for you, that is not me. Do with that information what you will. Alright. I'll give it a second just for stream delay. Yeah, dang, that was a quick 18 minutes. True! Alright. Oh, we got you too, Force? Well, let's see if we got the same alliance. Let's go! Welcome to the royal city of Ravenastor, the first of the Ivalice raids. Oh, we got the same raid! Woohoo! Let's go! All right.
Before us lies the royal city. My father is somewhere within. These are no ordinary birds! Oh my god, red chocobo right off the bat.
This is actually so exciting. I have done this raid a million times, but it is so exciting to do it again through the lens of just playing tactics.
Something foul prevents our crossing.
We open up with Matthias, who is technically a Lucavi, although Matthias is not in Tactics. Matthias is an Esper from 12, though, and I believe Matthias also appears in Tactics Advance, maybe Tactics Advance 2. So while we did not see this boss in Tactics, this boss is an Ivalician Lucavi. Throwing my rocks. Throwing my wonderful white mage rocks. Uh-oh. That's gonna be bad. Also, be nice to me about my white mage gameplay. I don't play white mage ever. I don't play white mage ever. for stopping by. Oh, you got in too, Notepad guy? Is that you tanking right now? Okay. Sid was not mistaken in his assessment of your skill in battle. Ramsey, you spoke too fast for little old me. Awesome! Oh my gosh, so many people in chat here. I'm so happy. Seek Bandits. Seek is another one of those races that are in 12 and not in Tactics. So, I did a little bit of research about this because I was curious about why it was like this. Apparently, Tactics takes place in the distant future from 12, and some sort of calamity happened that killed all of the non-human races, but that's not elaborated on at all. Now, that first boss was not in Tactics. However, if I'm remembering correctly, the second boss was. In fact, it was a boss that we saw last night. Isn't that exciting? If I'm remembering correctly. My father mentioned the Empire using their might to put down. Ramsey, you spoke too fast. Ramza, slow down! Another of the twisted others. This is not the work of the Empire. Something is wrong here. Oh my god, it's Hashmal. Remember this guy? We fought him last night. We fought this guy last night. Kitty! Lana, hello! Thank you for stopping by. This was one of the last Lucavi we fought last night. The one immediately before the final boss. Ooh, good place to put my healer puddle. Right on all those AoEs. You love to see it. This is, of course, how Hashmal appeared in Final Fantasy XII. But, same guy. Let's play some Slices Right. Here's a fun fact for people who play Final Fantasy XIV. I'm like 99% sure that this raid came out before the Slices Right, so the Slices Right is based on this fight. Isn't that cool? Isn't that neat? You remember Hashmal being a raid killer? He sure is something. Isn't he supposed to have ads? Where are his sand orbs at? Yo, where's your sand orbs at? Oh, the sand orbs are later? Well, then I don't think we're seeing them. It's hard to see a lot of mechanics these days. It's really disappointing. Genuinely. I actually kind of wish they would put more, like, minimum eye level caps on these fights. Like, sincerely. I would love to do mechanics again. I'm not kidding. You want them to rework the item levels for older content? Me too. Hey, I know this guy from Final Fantasy Tactics. Look at this guy. Look at him, he's beautiful. I fought this guy so many times, he killed my girlies. This man killed so many of my girlies last night. You still don't know what Glacia does? That's the second boss of Circus Tower, right? There was like a whole thing where you had to like jump around the platforms on the outside of his arena. I actually do remember Circus Tower when it had mechanics because I was there. Full 24-man mana raid at min eye level sync when? If I can get the people, I do it. So, if you are unfamiliar with these raids, they were harder back in the day. They're very easy now, but they used to be very difficult. Not no more, though. Welcome to the... They talk way too fast. They talk way too fast. Only thing you remember about Crystal Tower is Immortal Ammon. Good times! Good times! Only one of them was specifically nerfed? Well, I'm also talking about the power creep. Yes, only one of them was specifically nerfed, but the power creep has destroyed these raids. As it has done to many a raid in this game. Really curious about this upcoming boss because I realized I have never seen him anywhere. I don't believe I saw him in 12, and I definitely didn't see him in Tactics. So this next boss, I was curious about this man. I did a little bit of Googling this morning. Hey, it's the royal city of Lazalia. Beautiful. These ruins, we are no longer in Rabanastre, my friends. Now, I'm going to really quick talk about what I learned with some brief Googling, but chat, after I talk, you are more than welcome to fill in the gaps for me. The creatures are no mere beasts or void sent. What are they? This is Raffaele, and it is my understanding that Raffaele is a scrapped Lucavi from Tactics. It's a Lucavi that people found in the files for Tactics that was never put in the game. And this is 14's take on it. In Tactics, he appeared to be a horseman. Sort of like a knight from chess. And that's cool. That's interesting. Chat, please fill in the gaps for me because that's really cool. He was dummied content or something like that. we know? You wonder who would have turned into this one. According to the wiki, his aura sight was given to Meliadul, so maybe her. Yes, he has her crush attacks. If you watch this boss's cast bar, you'll see like crush weapon, etc. Right now he's using trample and making a cool infinity symbol on the ground. The boss is wearing green. I suppose this boss is a little Meliadul-esque. A little bit. Thank you! Thank you, Force! Yeah, this is kind of a little Meliadul-ish. A little bit. Yow. Ow. It could have been Isolde if he ever became a Lucavi, but you think Meliadul is more likely? That is really fascinating. Like, genuinely, I've been so curious about this boss for years, and to learn he's like a dummied Lucavi that was not actually put in the game. That's really cool. So the final boss of this first raid is coming up. I will be watching the boss cutscene. We will see if the raid will let me watch it. They might just pull the boss, and there's nothing I can do about that. But I will be watching the cutscene nonetheless. We'll see what happens. My fate is in the raid's hands. Oh, we're not skipping this one? Oh, we skipped it. Never mind. We skipped Raphael's most annoying mechanic. All right. Now, who do we have here? Who are you? What's this man doing with that aura sight? Who the hell are you? Wait, who are you? Who is this guy?
Who dares disturb the slumber of our death?
Argath, the rightful king? Argath! That guy?
Then by my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell.
What do you mean, King of Ivalice, Argath? You're a pathetic worm! Oh my god. What's he doing calling himself the King of Ivalice for? You ain't that, buddy. You ain't that.
It is to be a fight then. I am only too happy to oblige.
Oh wow, lots of you got into this raid. Awesome, awesome.
Like sheep before the wolf.
Now, this is literally Argath. He's gonna say very many familiar lines from Tactics, and he's gonna piss me off.
You will be judged. Kneel and repent.
Are you allowed to share Warrior of Light version spoilers? Does he do different things depending on what kind of character you're playing? If so, I am unaware and I would love to hear about it. A War of the Lions. Oh. Yeah, you can share War of the Lions spoilers. My bad. I do not mind War of the Lions spoilers. Go for it.
Not to stay in the circle. Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots!
In War of the Lions, there's a fight in Lazalia with an angry, undead Argath that this fight is based on. Wait, really? That's really cool!
Wrong in my world. Step into nothing.
That rules! I love to hear that!
On which you sup. You will be judged. The world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
The original writer hated the addition, but you loved beating the shit out of him again. Hell yeah!
You are the blood to stain the circle.
Ooh! Ow, that's hitting me. Ugh. There's also a co-op mission where you fight 8 angry Argaths, and the strat was to use women. Oversimplified but true. That's hilarious!
Fool is the dog who bares his teeth before his master. I am Revelation!
Man.
You will be judged. Where am I? This body. It is not my own.
Oh, gods, what have I done? Save me! Ramza! Save me!
Bye, loser. Did I do the deep dungeon? I did not. I am aware that there is a guy named Elidibus down there, but I did not do the deep dungeon. I did not have time. I will be doing it in my own time, though. I will. I will. Don't you fret. The royal city of Rabanastre is complete. Wow, in the grand scheme of things, Argath's one hell of a guy to have made a boss in here. Whoa, wait, poster? Give me that. I didn't get it. I'm crying, chat, I'm crying. I didn't get the poster, I'm crying. That's so sad. I know the poster was added recently. I know it's very new. Drops from all 3 raids, maybe I'll see it again. I hope so. Hi, Dad.
Where am I? Father! Ramza, and the Warrior of Light. Yes, I know of you, but that you should come to my rescue. Words fail me. A poor playwright I must seem.
Oh, the Bunga are here. Oh, shit.
The term you're looking for is thank you. Upon which note, I, Begamnon, bounty hunter, do humbly thank you, Warrior of Light, for delivering me this fine gift.
So this guy is a character in Final Fantasy XII. His name is Begamnon, and his name is Boba Fett.
Now, hand over the Auracite, unless you wish to see the desert sands turn red. And be quick! Gijukia does not have the steadiest of hands. That one. She will bring it to me. Yes, this is it. The Duma.
And to think we found it so close to Doma. The Duma of Doma!
Wow, that's crazy.
Enough, Bwagi. We would not have our guests think us underbred.
You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him!
Of course. A Bonga is always true to his word. I will be keeping this, though.
Father!
You've only yourselves to blame for this. But if you mislike the thought, you could always blame the gods. Not that they are listening. Get up, fool. We're leaving.
You're going to be all right.
We cannot see to your father's hurts here. Come on, we must get him back to the Prima Vista.
You think it makes sense for Argath to appear? He feels like prime Lucavi material. Oh no, I agree 100%. If Argath had lasted long enough, he absolutely would have become a Lucavi. I just think in the grand scheme of things, it's kind of funny that they made Argath the final boss of this first raid, because there are bigger baddies in Tactics. However, Argath did leave a really big impression very early. So I think it suitable. I think it works. I'm just amused because there's bigger fish to fry in that game, I have learned. Do you guys remember how I told you that Final Fantasy XII is Star Wars? That green lizard man is Boba Fett. Just so you know. Just so you know. He is unchanged.
Father! Wake up, Father! Please, Mother, don't take him from us yet! Genomus remains deep in slumber, but his breathing is steady and his fever has subsided. For now, all we can do is wait. I sent word to Cid. I hope you don't mind.
Alma, Ramza, can you ever forgive me? And you, Cid. It was never my intention to put you to such trouble. I am ever in your debt. You would have done the same for me, Genomus. Besides, it was Mana here who went through all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's her. He is right. I have done naught to deserve your kindness. Yet, I am its beneficiary nonetheless.
Won't be able to stay for the rest of this tonight. Have fun with the rest of the raid. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, Not Bad Guy. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Bye!
So, if I understand correctly, you're saying Auracite does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, but was assumed to be the case with Isael and the Archbishop. But rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. Wait, doesn't that mean that technically Shiva and Thornton are Lucavi? Wait a minute. Wait, new knowledge has entered my brain. If that is the case, our Charlian allies will need to be informed immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for?
You think it means the opposite. The Lucavi are forms of primal. That is a better way to put it, for sure. There is a huge overlap between Lucavi, icons, summons, and primals. True.
The legend would have us believe that Delita Hyrule, the commoner who would be king, was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave story. But, as I have discovered, there was another. 2 others, in fact. Siblings whose roles faded from subsequent retellings of the story. A brother and sister by the names of Ramza and Alma. Then...
To prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on Ivalician legend I could lay my hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings.
But I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Delita had a close companion named Ramza, who aided him in his rise to power. This, in turn, led me to Alma, And that I might never lose sight of the truth, I named my own children after these lost players.
Sir, that's kind of crazy. Sir, that's kind of insane.
I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Sid, but you must believe me. Ivalice has never been a mere pastime of mine. It is and forever will be my calling, my purpose.
He named his children Luke and Leia. He named his kids Naruto and Sasuke.
My family's purpose. Go on. The world knows me as Genomus Sen Lexentel, yet that is but my stage name. My true name is Areslam. Areslam Durai. Oh shit! Countless generations past, it was my ancestor who penned the Durai Papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of the Lions that details what truly occurred during that turbulent era. You are tired, Father. Rest. I will continue. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Oran Durai, I know that guy, by the name of Oran Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Oran found himself in the service of the Papa become king. Following the War of the Lions, Oran believed the people of Ivalice had a right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement, and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic and had him burned at the stake. I am still so shocked about that! The Durai Papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in church vaults. The truth about Ivalice along with them.
What was so damning that it would drive the church to do such a thing?
The answer to that question can be found in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicle, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. Forbidden Chronicles, a secret family legacy. Not that I doubt you, Genomus, but how do you expect to convince people of all this when well-nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice to be nothing but a bedtime story? By proving that it is anything but. And when people see that Ivalice was real, the rest will fall into place. Were it as simple as bringing forth the chronicle and submitting it for review, we would, of course, have done so long ago. But alas, it is not. The Durai Papers, you see, are written in High Ivalician, an ancient tongue long extinct. My father, his father, and his father before him labored tirelessly to decipher this tome, but for want of other sources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until the recent expedition to Rabanastre turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers.
Then the diary stolen by the Bonga bounty hunters?
I'm afraid so. Everything we had learned of the language was contained in those pages.
And then we're back to where we started.
Not necessarily. We still have the transcript as well as some few translated passages, and of course, my father's impeccable memory. I have come too far to allow so simple a setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth if it is the last thing I do.
It is as Master Garland said. He is a man obsessed, and I fear Ivalice's grip on him will only grow tighter. Father was fortunate to escape Rabanastre with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe, please. what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Ivalice exists, at least in some form. The problem will be gathering sufficient evidence to convince the thousands of scholars and historians who have based their careers on the presumption that it doesn't. Not that I've ever been one to shy from a challenge, especially when it means the story of a century. If you're in, Mana, then I'm in. If you're not in, well, I'm still in. Either way, you'll be hearing from me again soon. That much I promise you. Awesome. Nicholas, hello! Thank you for stopping by. Mana, where in the world have you been? Did you not receive Alma's summons? Principal Lexentale's research into the Aura site may finally have borne fruit. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us.
Let me in.
In her message, Alma mentioned a guest from Charlian, someone your companion Sid Garland believed might be able to assist the principal's research. An archetype, I think, is the term she used. If you would follow me to the shuttle, good lady. Imagine you, a Final Fantasy Tactics superfan, having to wait months for the next raid. Oh no! Mana, Lady Merila, thank you for answering my summons. Master Garland was kind enough to send for an Archon from Charlian, and I thought it only right that you be present to hear her findings.
To be frank, summoning Mikoto was more Y'shtola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery.
Girl, you're copying my fit. I am Mikoto of House Jinba, a Doman, though my years in Charlian have made me a stranger here. You must be Mana Scarlet, fabled liberator of men, slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller. What does that mean? Let us speak of the crystal. Yes, this is Mikoto's debut. Whoops, I missed that line.
The Ivalice, the one of but many Auracite shards that aided noble Delita's rise to regent.
My apologies. The Ivalice is no ordinary crystal, even discounting its obvious historical importance. The specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementally aspected energies. It is, rather, an ethereal lodestone whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distinct frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations has been observed to promote ethereal amplification. The resultant neuroharmonic disturbance allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with a determinate factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward at a frequency so labored, my estimate placed the rate of VRT decay at upwards of several centuries. Though I must admit I lack sufficient variates to complete a truly comprehensive graphical assessment. Girl, you say so many big words. Girl, I'm struggling over here.
Huh. While that explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the academy, it will earn you only blank looks here. Take a deep breath and try again. This time in a language those of us without the echo might comprehend.
In English, please, Point Dexter. Oh, now I feel bad for making fun of her. Shit. My apologies. I merely thought...
Apologies will see us no nearer to an answer. A simpler explanation.
Wait, why are we bullying this girl? Why is Sid bullying this girl? She has a special interest and loves big words, and you're being mean to her. Wow! Simpler, right. Ether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are all understood to be ethereal phenomena and can be measured as such. Unlike most crystals, which only can emit elemental energies, auracite is tuned not only to absorb ether, but ether specific to the immaterial. That ether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release. Maybe she likes getting bullied. It's tough love. Ayo! From one dork to another, I guess. Try again. What? Sid, I was able to understand that. Be nice to her. Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the auracite and stored until fomentation, at which time the desire becomes manifest.
Fomentation? What my studious young friend is trying to say is that the odious takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them reality.
Yes, that is simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of summoning a primal. Yeah, maybe these blockheads should pick up a book, actually. There being one marked difference, primal summoning requires a supplemental energy source, such as a horde of elementally charged crystals. Auracite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power. That's crazy.
We know from the Durai papers that Argath was never king of Ivalice.
True!
He was slain in battle during the War of the Lions.
Did that clown want to be king? What a loser. Yet the Argath encountered during the recent expedition carried himself as if he had become crowned regent, and I believe this was merely the auracite in his possession realizing his desire to rule. I am informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that is the case, it is possible that it was not actually Argath who uttered them, but the auracite itself.
If the Durai papers are accurate, Argath was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. He was pathetic, he was ugly, and he smelled bad too. The auracite took that belief and twisted it into the abomination Mana put to the sword.
Then, are you saying the crystal could prove a threat?
The auracite, Alma, and not necessarily. Ramza seemed to fare well enough. There is no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the auracite should prove harmless, even beneficial. To paraphrase, it is not the weapon that kills, but the one who wields it. Now, where have I heard that before? Oh yes, it was Emperor Galvus's justification for taking the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms. Where, after all, was the harm if it allowed him to bring order to the three great continents?
You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do begin to wonder if they, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature. That they were created by someone to... But who? What manner of person would even be capable of such a feat?
Now that is an interesting question, the answer to which I look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Fear not, however, Mikoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all.
Goodbye, Sid. No, Ramza, you're a bitch. You'll become evil if you hold that. What I don't understand is... if the Duma was imprinted with Argath's deepest desires, then whose desires are rattling about inside the Otius? I had the selfsame question and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes, the vessel was empty. Empty? But what of the voices I heard?
Voices? I heard nothing of the sort. The only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head.
Why is he so mean? This Ramza sucks. I miss the other Ramza. Ramza? Why would you...
Shall we speak of voices, then? What of yours, Alma? Our resident voice of dissent. You have done naught but question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Would you put your petty worries above our family's calling?
No, I would never.
You would never? Then why involve a gossip monger, a goody two-shoes, and this flying mole?
Please tell me you can...
Oh, please tell me you can see that.
Yeah, the real Ramza would never berate Alma. This Ramza sucks. Also, JM Solid Snake, hello. Thank you for stopping by. Sid still owes you money? Uh-oh. Ah, a Moogle, yes.
Don't just stand there. Get rid of the thing. You're the liberator. Liberate this vessel of that pest.
This guy stinks! It's nothing like I've ever seen before. Can we keep it?
Most intriguing. Is it alive?
A Moogle? And a decidedly dusty one at that. Might this be one of your acquaintances, Mana? Moogle. Can you help me find all the Mooglets, Koopa? Am I interrupting? Oh, please, do go on. My acceptance into your fine troops' ranks can wait until all have said their piece, Koopa.
Guards, get this!
Mudblink. The name is Mudblink. Denizen of Dalmasca's desert, seeker of thrills, adventurer extraordinaire. But you may call me Mudblink, Koopa. Alright, so Mudblink is a Moogle from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance and Final Fantasy XII and Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2. Basically a lot of Ivalice games, just not Final Fantasy Tactics original. He is a Moogle who runs the infamous clan Nutsy. And here he is in this game. Mickey Moogle. I'm glad you can see my vision. Guys, when I was a kid, I'm gonna tell you a sad story. So I first met Montblanc in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, and he's like your little buddy, the little protagonist. The protagonist is warped to the world of Ivalice, and one of the very first characters you meet is Montblanc the Moogle, and he becomes your bestie, your oomphy. And there was a point in the game, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, I might be saying some incorrect things because I haven't played this game since I was a kid, so my memory is a little fuzzy. But in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, unlike Tactics, units don't simply die if you leave them dead too long. But there are very specific maps in the game where units can die for good. And those maps are called Jags. And the first time I got to a Jagged when I was a kid, Montblanc, like, drilled it into my head. Like, by the way, Mana Scarlet, if your unit dies on the Jagged, they die for real. You can't get them back. And for some reason, I didn't believe him. And I let Montblanc die in the Jagged. And I thought he would come back. And then he was dead for good. And Montblanc was out of the game for the rest of the story. So that's my memory of Montblanc. I had murdered him as a child. I wanted to share this story with you.
Dalmasca has long been known as a melting pot for myriad cultures, where minor races such as the Sikh, the Bonga, and the Viera might live in relative harmony with Hyur, Elizin, and others.
By the way, I should mention that when the Ivalice raids were coming out in Stormblood, Viera were not in this game yet. I know Viera are very common now, like we're all so used to seeing Viera in this game, but back in the day, back in Stormblood, there were no Viera. So seeing like the Viera name drop was always really exciting. There was so much speculation that, ooh, maybe this raid series will introduce Viera into the game. Like, people wanted the Viera playable race really, really badly. And I was people. I was people.
Yet, there is no record of a prominent Moogle population.
Most likely because we are neither prominent nor populous. My peoples are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and the freedom she promises, Kupo. Moogle? Of course, I'm a Moogle, Kupo. You'd think the adorable wings and the fluffy palm would have given it away. Now, about my admission to the Majestic... I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theater company. We will not sully its good name by granting refuge to a fluttering ball of fur. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? Oh, he's crying! By means of his wings, were I to guess. As for his admission to our company, I do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites, do you? No, father. Very well then, Montblanc. What is it exactly that calls you to the stage? Our stage. What else? The Zodiac Brave story, Kupo. Never before have I witnessed something so amazing, so moving. Sitting, well, technically hovering there in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special, something positively transcendental, Kupo. It was then I realized I either had to be a part of it or go to my grave a bitter and broken Moogle. Don't worry, Montblanc, you will be going to your grave shortly, if I have anything to say about it. Oh gosh, Hurdy! Hurdy is another Ivalice Moogle. Just assume that all these Moogles are from Ivalice games. Was this realization before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest marauder, Kupo? I should also mention that the Ivalice Moogles look nothing like this. A lot of people have said that the Ivalice Moogles, if you've played 14, a lot of people have said that the Ivalice Moogles look a lot like the Loporits, and they do. They're very rabbit-like. They look nothing like this. Hurdy, how did you... You remember people wanted Ivalice and Moogles as a playable race in 14? I want that. I'm people. Perhaps you'd have more success at running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every other fool you happen to meet, Kupo. Was it not but 2 nights ago that you took up the axe, Kupo? Now here you are, professing your passion for the stage before carving even a single notch in your haft? Do you not remember? To he who churns the butter goes the sweetest bread? But how is one to savor said buttered bread if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accuse me of giving up when I merely came to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I reach my final destination, Kupo. Just make a new Final Fantasy MMO based on Ivalice. I would lose my mind. I want that so bad. Are you kidding me? I want that more than anything on planet Earth. And that destination is what? Mummer? Are you sure it is not Geomancer? Arithmetician? Templar? Do not bother answering, Kupo. We all know you'll be singing a different tune come cockcrow. That is where you are mistaken, Hurdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I could feel it in my fur. The role of Delita was made for me, Kupo. Made for me, Kupo. This guy's very Delita core.
Kupo, 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 enough! The actors in our company trained at the Empire's finest institutes. They represent the pinnacle of the profession, not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. A vagrant bat mole like you could never hope to share a stage with such artists, let alone play the part of a hero like Delita. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you would fare against a pack of theater critics? Any troupe would need proof of valor before it could even consider.
Craven? Call me a cheat and call me a cur, but do not, sir, call me a craven. I accept your challenge. Slay but one foul beast by mine own hand, and the Majestic Theater Company will accept me into its ranks, Kupo.
Wait, I issued no such.
You were all here as witnesses, Kupo. When I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you will be honor-bound to welcome me, Montlake the Mummer, into the fabled ranks of the Majestic. Good day, Wonderful! What do we do now?
What do we do? We do nothing. If that bat mole wishes to throw himself on the horns of a stampeding Zoe, I will not stand in his way.
I believe the proper term of derogation is molebat, and I should warn you, Muggles do not take kindly to those who use it. Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Argath's wretched example? Yo, she just said this guy's just like Argath. That's crazy! Montlake would never have set off on this fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands! Mona, you were the only one among us capable of locating Montblanc and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance. That's crazy.
I apologize. I must learn to control my anger, but sometimes it can be difficult.
Shortly after arriving here, I was presented with a study which suggested that consuming large quantities of honey improved brain function. The results were so compelling that I almost felt moved to try, until, that is, I saw the work had been commissioned by one of Eorzea's foremost confectioners. It made me long to return to Charlian. Forgive me, was there aught else you wish to ask?
Tell me of the Auracite.
In simple terms, I know. From what I have been able to discern, Auracite displays the uncanny ability to draw upon the will of its possessor and manipulate the formless ether into a corporeal manifestation. The resultant form can be maintained for as long as there is ether to sustain it. Principal Gernomus has recently uncovered evidence which appears to corroborate my suspicion that Auracite is not a naturally occurring substance, but one created to serve a purpose, albeit a purpose I have yet to identify.
Tell me of the Otius.
Despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, the Otius exhibits none of the ethereal imprinting present in the Duma. In other words, the Auracite has yet to absorb any of Lord Genomus's ether. It is, for want of better description, empty. But, be that as it may, we still have no idea how it might be filled, its creators having neglected to include a removable stopper.
Tell me about the Duma.
As you saw in the ruins of Lysalia, the Duma makes manifest the desires of its owner. On that occasion, Argath Thadalphus. When you defeated the would-be king, his ether was released from the Auracite and the attunement broken, rendering the crystal empty once more.
Crazy that you're calling him a would-be king. He wishes. He's... that guy?
However did Ramza come to be so thoroughly obnoxious? He and his sister couldn't be more different.
Muggles are prominent players in Ivalician legend, but none of the tales mention their capacity for flight. Something lost in translation, perhaps?
You saw the poor Moogle. He won't last a day on his own. You must find him and bring him back, I beg of you.
My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matters. Thinking to impress the Warrior of Light and her companions, Montblanc would likely choose the scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth, meaning Robin Oster, if I am not mistaken. Pardon my language, but that Ramza really is an incurable little prick, is he not? How dare he speak to his sister and the Moogle in that manner? I couldn't decide which was worse, the things he said or the way the principal sat back and let him say them. But I suppose it is none of our concern. For now, let us concentrate on the task at hand. Finding that Moogle before he does something we'll all regret. What say we start nearby? Pier 2, perhaps? You love when I do voices. We missed out on those during the tactics streams. Thank you. I really, really love doing voices. I loved that game. I loved the voice acting in that game, but I also missed doing voices for that game as well. It would have been so much fun. All right, we go to pier number 2. What the hell are you guys doing back here? I'm just gonna ignore you. Wait, where's the exit? Oh, it's over there. I see it. Okay, pier number 2. So, I don't know how to say this, you guys, but this raid series was my very first impression of Ramza, and I knew that this wasn't literally Ramza from Tactics, but boy, was that not a good first impression of him for me. I know that he's nothing like the actual real Ramza, but nonetheless, my first impression of Ramza is, wow, what a bitch. The Falcon Porter tells us that he has set a traveling blacksmith away to Yanksha, not a Belpast. And why would that be of interest to us, you ask? Because said peddler of iron and steel was seen to be carrying a bag stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings. Montblanc! Not that we look like that, Kupo. The quickest route into Dalmasca is via the One River and its western tributaries. If Montblanc is bound for Rabanastre, he will seek passage from the Glittering Basin. Search for Montblanc at the Glittering Basin. Imagine naming your kid Ramza and he turns out like this. It's like naming your kid Batman and then seeing him go to clown college. I mean, honestly, if like my dad named me like Leia, if my dad named me Princess Leia and always dressed me with like the Star Wars buns, I think I'd be an angry little bitch too. Man, I haven't been on the Stormblood maps in a while. I do remember what's about to happen. This was a very famous thing when this raid was new. Something that killed many a people is coming up. Oh, this is the quest. Oh, you know this is the quest. This is a quest you never forget when you do it once. This is going to be a non-issue for me because I'm level 100. But, when this was new, this quest was a problem. You'll see why shortly. You can see why right now. Look at this horrifying sight. There's 2 red chocobo attacking that defenseless Moogle. I see these red chocobo, I turn 360 degrees and walk away. You guys seeing this shit?
Alright, I killed them very quickly, but those guys can cast Choco Meteor. And they're very strong and really good at killing people. When this was new, you would see like so many people, especially since everyone was doing this quest at the same time, you would see so many red chocobos, so many chocobo meteors, so many corpses on the ground. It was fantastic. I miss those days. You have 2 chocobo per person and the entire server trying to do the quest at the same time. Uh-huh. It was magical.
Moblink, what were you thinking? Have you any idea what you put your brother through? He has been worried sick.
Pausia flashbacks intensify. True.
Both Hurdy and Ramza were right all along. I am a failure, a flop, a flailing, flappish, foppish failure couple. How could I play the part of a hero if I cannot even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird? The audience would see right through me like the spineless jellyfish I am. Uh-huh. Now wait, Montblanc. Not everyone can be a hero. Not even most heroes. Yes, the bards sing of the man who deals the final blow, but what of his cadre of loyal companions? Do you think Delita united Ivalice on his own? Do you think Mana here was alone when she liberated Alamigo?
You're never alone on the battlefield.
Never alone? So, you're saying you'll always be there for me? For Montblanc? I think she was speaking metaphorically. Let us not dwell on the details. The day is saved and Montblanc has escaped sans scratch oh my goodness. The day is saved and Montblanc has escaped sans scratch or singe to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out.
You're never alone with Duty Finder.
To the Prima Vista.
I kind of miss Stormblood. That's a feeling I never thought I'd have. You always tell people Stormblood was good. It's such a good expansion, you swear. Remember Stance Dancing? Do I? You know what I kind of feel about Stormblood? I didn't really like its MSQ, but I feel like Stormblood, besides its MSQ, was one of the best expansions we've ever had. That's when some of the jobs were at their best. That's when some of the jobs were at their funnest. We had really good raids with the Ivalice raids and with Omega. It's also the expansion that introduced ultimates into the game. I miss Stormblood. Yep, and introduced Xenos. Xenos. Oh, Xenos. Oh, shit! Lizard with a gun.
Please, the ship is a place of peace.
Release my sister or you will answer to me.
When the cat's away.
Put that damnable thing down, Ramza. You're not helping matters. We have no quarrel with you or yours. We only seek aid in finding our leader, Begamnon. Boba Fett.
Boba Fett? You seek our help? You who threatened to kill my father? Who stole his work and made fools of us all? Never!
Silence, Ramza. They have Alma. We will hear what they have to say. As I said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrender our weapons and offer your journal as an act of good faith.
bitch. Be nice to your sister. She's scared.
This is all rather a lot to digest, but your claims do coincide with what we have learned about the Aura site.
You're saying that Crystal did something to our captain?
After being emptied of Argath's will, the Duma sought that of another to sate its appetite for ether.
You're saying that Crystal ate our captain?
Not his body, no. Only his soul.
His soul?
Tell me, what in your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it that he longed for above all else in the world?
Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They showed themselves for the beast they are when they put a knife to your throat. First mole bat, now lizards. This one's tongue is pure poison, huh?
The boy can call us what he pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better.
Your failings.
30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes by that I do not wake in sweat at the memory. We were Fusiliers in the Damascan army, stationed in the royal stronghold at Nalbina.
Nalbina Fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. Its fall of the 4th Legion proved a turning point in the Imperial campaign, dealing a crushing blow to Dalmascan morale and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end.
Begamnon was our captain, and once it was clear the day would not be ours, Prince Rasler, commander of the garrison at Nalbina, tasked him with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin sister, the Princess Ashelia, away from the fortress and thence to safety. But things did not go as planned. I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms, but a stone's throw from where the Gramacythe waterway drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us, the very people who had failed her, to survive for as long or even a single Damascan stood, our nation would never truly perish. For as long as a single Damascan stood. But it should not have been us who survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory, and brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are naught but cold-blooded lizards deserving of whatever scorn you deign to heap on us.
I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of his homeland, coupled with self-loathing born of a sense of powerlessness. The darkness that lurks in the heart of Begamnon is a little different from that which drove Argath, the selfsame emotions that were to nourish the Duma. You say so many big words. I love you, though.
Stop speaking in riddles, Charlian.
She's saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster, or rather more of one. Shut up, dude. Stop being so mean.
Garlean lies!
What they say is true. If we do not find Begamnin and the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Any at all?
Wait, look at this. Something has been added to the final page of my journal. Then the captain must have put it there. Only he had access to it, until we found it in the pack he left behind, that is.
Is this Dalmascan? Indeed it is! It says Ritterana!
The lighthouse. Why would he write that? And in the old man's journal, no less.
There is a place on the Velnod Sea, far to the south of Rabanastre, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a malm across, the Ritterana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned. That's scary. That's scary, you guys. That's scary. Let me tell you about Final Fantasy XII. So a bunch of stuff that we talked about just now was about Final Fantasy XII rather than Final Fantasy Tactics. In particular, Rossler and Ashelia were two major characters from Final Fantasy XII, and the Ritterana Lighthouse is a location in Final Fantasy XII. So we're Final Fantasy XII right now. We're Final Fantasy XIIing out right now. I want to mention that in Final Fantasy XII, Rossler and Ashelia are not twins. They have a very different role in that game. They are husband and wife. Ashelia, or Ash, is also a playable character in 12, and she's also Princess Leia, just so you know. Just so you know. But yes, we're 12 right now. We're 12, not Tactics. We're 12. Ritterana? If it were up to me, we'd never go near that place. You see, we desert Muggles are not, how would you say, in our element around water. All right, we cannot swim. Sink like sledgehammers we do, Kupo. Do I know of Ritterana? Of course I know of Ritterana. Now, have I been there? No, cannot say that I have, Kupo.
We Bonga live long. Any other race would think it a blessing. But to me and mine, it is a curse. More summers means more suffering. It's all true. My brothers and I were Fusiliers to the royal family, and Begamnin was our captain. We only laid down our flintlocks once we realized our failure. Ever since laying hands on the Duma, Begamnin has acted strangely. He began speaking to the stones as if it were Prince Rossler himself. At first, my brothers and I thought it was in jest, but he continued long after he thought all of us abed. Tell me, is Ritterana truly as magnificent as they say? You have never been there, and there I was thinking you might have something to contribute.
Why are you so mean? He's like cartoonishly mean. The Bonga who took us hostage were once royal Fusiliers. Whatever could have driven them to this life of villainy? It appears yesterday's enemy is tomorrow's friend. But then, where does that leave us today? All that I know about Ritterana I learned during my lessons on Dalmascan geography, but no mention was made of Ivalician legend. While Principal Genomus seemed convinced of a connection, I believe I shall reserve judgment until more is known. Is there aught else you would like to ask of me? Tell me about the Ridorana Lighthouse. There is a place on the Valnard Sea, far to the south of Rabanastre, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a mom across, the Ridorana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended, but you said this already. Balanced on the lip of a raging gulf sits a tiny islet atop which rises an ancient lighthouse, its origins unknown. For centuries, the lower was manned by Dalmascan candlekeeps, who labored from dusk till dawn to warn saviors of the perilous drop. Since the kingdom's annexation, however, the structure has lain vacant, assuming it has not been claimed by the island's wildlife. Cool.
I must admit to knowing little of Ridorana save that which Lady Mikoto shared with us. Before we expend valuable time and resources traveling to so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there is any mention of the Abyss. We shall share our findings as soon as we learn aught of interest. Our studies reveal that Ridorana is the name of both a massive gap in the southern Valnard Sea and the lighthouse once manned by the Royal Dalmascan Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the cataract's currents. I stress, once manned, as the tower has lain empty since its candlekeeps abandoned their posts after the fall of Rabanastre. But if Pharaoh Sirius offers any indication of what can befall a lighthouse in the absence of its caretakers... Yes, but the real question is how all of this ties in with Ivalician legend. A cursory examination of the Zodiac Grave story reveals no mention of a Ridorana. Yet it seemed foolish to assume that a name could not change in the centuries since the tale was writ. So I thought to cross-reference texts on modern Ilsbardian history with our translation of the Durai papers. And after an exhaustive re-examination of my ancestors' notes, I discovered that there was not a single entry on Ridorana. Well, that's because it's from a different game. And while mention of the Valnard Sea was abundant, I found no reference whatsoever to any cataract or lighthouse within its waters. That's because it's from 12 and you're looking at tactics. Ramza's discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there were no mystery at all? What if, at the time of Delita's rise, the chasm did not yet exist?
Yeah, because tactics was made before 12.
There is more. But only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty.
Okay. Awesomer, hello! Thank you for stopping by. How's it going? It's going great. This Ramza sucks. I hate this Ramza. Yeah, we sure got a lot of haunted lighthouses, huh? Damn if it ain't true.
It is as Ramza said, only by visiting the lighthouse will we be able to confirm our theories.
Guys, it's so simple. It wasn't in your Final Fantasy Tactics lore video because it's Final Fantasy XII lore. What's so hard to understand? All that I know about Ridorana, I learned during my lessons on Damascan geography. I think you said this already. More? Why the sudden reluctance to reveal their suspicions? A lack of certainty never stopped Ramza from announcing on things in the past, or his father for that matter. We are bound for the lighthouse then. Of course we are. But do not try and tell me this has anything to do with helping the Banga. Oh, you caught up on Blonde Sunrise? It's really good! Oh my gosh, thank you! Thank you, thank you! Oh my goodness, that means a lot to me, Awesomer. I'm really glad you like it. Thank you so much!
I'm not afraid to speak what my brothers are thinking. The captain was a fool to believe that the Dolma could bring back our fallen. Now his faith in legends and fairy tales will be his end. If anything were to happen to the captain, We do not ask that you forgive the past actions of our leader, only that you show him the same kindness that you would anyone in need.
Our first adventure! How exhilarating! Who invited me, you ask? Why, that tall one over yonder, with the face, Kupo. Do not be fooled by my brother's false bravado. We are from a tribe of desert Mughals. Many of us have never seen more than an oasis pond, let alone an endless ocean. The mere sight of water should be enough to frighten him back to the airship.
That's awesome. The Ritterana Lighthouse lies far from civilization. You would be wise to provision for the trip here in Hingashi. An adventurer always comes prepared. Of course. You notice Vince being called Shadow? What can I say? I'm nothing if not readable like a book. Thank you for noticing. Did you notice that Michelle's dad is also named Gerald? Did you notice that? That is a sweet airship. I can't wait to play Final Fantasy XII, you guys. I want to play 12. I want to play 12 so bad, but there's too many other games that have to come first. We're not ready for 12 yet. We are not ready for 12 yet, but I want it. I want 12. I want Final Fantasy 12 right now. Yeah, this cutscene is so cinematic for being an engine, truly. The Ritterana Lighthouse is also genuinely so cool. Something is very wrong here. Mayhap it is best if we split our fellowship into two parties. One to delve into the tower's depths, and one to observe from afar. As acting expedition subleader, I appoint you captain of the first. You may use this spyglass to aid in your search for the missing lizard.
Damn it! Brother, where are you?
Now, I do find it interesting that the stuff with Rossler and Ash, the fact that they made them twins instead of husband and wife is certainly interesting, but I think that's a pretty good way to indicate that this isn't literally the characters from 12. Similar to how Ramza and Alma are not literally Ramza and Alma from Tactics, right? It's interesting and strange.
The lighthouse looks like it has seen better days. I dare say we have a handful of Imperial dreadnoughts and 30 years of disrepair to thank for that.
Oh, you think my character is pretty? Amazing work with the character creator. Thank you. You should see me when I'm not cosplaying my dead girly. Rest in peace, Carmen! You didn't notice Gerald, that's clever. If you don't mind me asking, was there a reason for switching into a more novel format with the latest chapters? Updates were going way too slow. It is very difficult to draw an entire page. It would take me sometimes a month to draw a single page of the comic, and that was slowing the progress of the story to a snail's pace. I had to switch formats in order to keep the story going. Like, I simply just did not have time to draw comic pages anymore.
Captain, give us a sign!
Shivering? Me? My fur is simply standing on end from all the ambient ether. Yes, ambient ether in the area. Can't you feel it, Kapo?
Oh, that's what you thought was the reason, but you couldn't help but wonder. Yeah, unfortunately, I just do not have time to make, like, comics anymore. So this is a big compromise I had to take to keep the story going.
Where in the king's name are you hiding, Captain?
I'm cosplaying my dead girly, Carmen, from my video game playthrough of Final Fantasy Tactics. Carmen, my beloved white mage girly, who passed away at the end of the battle of Ultima.
Don't worry, Captain. The lot are with us. They won't hurt you.
This location appears to offer an adequate view. Climb up and scan the area for any sign of Begamnon.
Will do. Where is that lizard? Mugel. Where is the lizard? Oh! Lizard spotted.
I've located Boba Fett.
You found him? Let me see. He needs our help. Prince Rosla, Princess Ashelia, I know you cannot forgive me. Nor should you. It's all my fault. I could not save you. Could not save anyone. Anyone but myself. I am so sorry. The Goblin, wait! Traitors! Have you no pride? You treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland! You are mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've come to help.
Oh my goodness, hello, Gabranth. Wait, I'm Gabranth? Your messed up brain turned me into Gabranth? Gabranth is a major villain from Final Fantasy XII. The guy in the really fancy armor, that is Gabranth.
I know what I see. My own kin sided with the enemy! How dare you stay my audience with the princess?
The Duma! It has him, Kapo! It's showing him what he wants to see!
Witch! Murderess!
Oh shit. Oh! Ramsa, what are you doing? Yeah, this is your brain on Aura's site.
Gunfire?
Oh my.
The Goblin! So this is the end.
Recite the words. Satisfy the covenant. Relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted that which thou desirest most in all the world.
Sword in hand, warrior clutches stone to breast.
Look at me, brother! Look at me!
And sword, HT, his fading memories.
Don't die! Not yet!
In stone, his tempered skill.
We promised we'd all go together when our time came. You can't leave us here!
My sword attested, my stone revealed.
That light. Where have I seen it before? Oh no.
Ew. Ew! Ew! Okay, bye!
Whatever are you doing? You need to leave the lighthouse right away. Right away, do you hear?
Someone's been working out. True. Anyway, don't worry about that. There can be no doubt now, in the wrong hands, the Auracite is a danger to us all. Something must be done, and quickly.
Don't tell me he's gone. He's not. He's stronger than that. He's the strongest Bunga you'll ever meet. He'll tear his way out of that Lucavi and crush it under his foot.
I was fully prepared to fend off the abomination when he vanished, Kupo. I dare say he took one look into my eyes and lost the will to fight. So true.
Had Begamnin not stolen the Duma, he would still be alive today, and we would not be faced with confronting another Lucavi. The lizard only has himself to blame.
Isn't this the first time the characters in the game have coined the term Lucavi? I don't think they've said Lucavi yet, but they're saying it now.
The captain's dead. I saw the light leave his eyes, and now we're alone. I cannot, will not believe that there is nothing left of Begamnin in that creature. We can still save him, we can!
According to Father, the Darai papers speak of the Auracite as a holy stone, but I see nothing holy in what it did to Argath and Begamnin. A most interesting twist. I'd assumed the Auracite would act more swiftly upon the weak-willed, but maybe I was mistaken. Could it be that the opposite is true? That those possessed of a strong will are more susceptible to its influence, not less? Oh, there are so many questions. But we are not entirely without answers. Is there aught else you wish to know? I think my brother has had more than enough fun for one day, Kupo. Perhaps it is time for a sleep spell. All right, make it sleep 3.
It is as we feared then. Begamnin's soul is lost.
That's so sad.
Much as I wish it were otherwise, I fear Begamnin is beyond saving. Yet we cannot suffer what is left of him to become a distraction.
Father, is now not the time to abandon this quest? We are meddling with forces beyond.
Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. Whoa!
You shut the fuck up, Ramza! What's your problem?
While Mana was searching for the lizard, I inspected an area of exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse. And you were right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what could only be the Clockwork City of Goog.
I know that place!
Goog?
The Whatwork City of who? According to the Zodiac Brave's story, the Clockwork City of Goog was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automata, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away.
While the Durai papers do not say a great deal more, they do mention that the land upon which the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason land was limited was because the land in question was an island? But that still would not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark had existed. And then I found it, a lone passage regarding Goog's fall. While the particulars were missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion left half of it in ruin. I believe that this explosion may have undermined a portion of the seabed. It need only have been a small area at first, one that could well have gone unnoticed during the Exodus. As time passed, however, the waters would have continued to wear away at the rock, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today. This would explain why there was no mention of Ridorana prior to the present era. Come, Father. Will you not tell them the rest? Of the possibility that we Garleans are descendants in part from the displaced citizens of Goog?
Fascinating.
It would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron even before the discovery and application of Allegan technology. And it may also explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we can tell, in quite a different corner of the world.
An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory, but to return to your original claim, it is your belief that the Ridorana Lighthouse stands atop what is left of...
That necklace. Where did you get it, girl?
This? It was my mother's.
Your mother's?
It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why do you ask?
Begamnon had a talisman he would wear beneath his jerkin. He refused to take it off even while bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears.
And? What are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it? Or my late mother?
Neither. I spoke of their similarity, that is all.
Can you believe the nerve of this boy?
Enough, Ramza. Our guests are merely concerned for the well-being of their kin. But what of our kin? What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way? Or anyone else's, for that matter? I apologize, Father. We have but one purpose, son, and that is to prove the existence of Ivalice and clear our family's name. Do not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now we have a lost city to explore.
Okay! The Rinavana Lighthouse is now accessible. As before, chat, you are welcome to try to queue in with me if you would like. I am on the Ether Data Center. Good luck. Good luck. Wait, hold on. I just noticed something. I should turn this off. Do not join party in progress, thank you.
While it may seem that I only call upon you when danger rears its ugly head, I assure you nothing could be further from the truth. You seem unconvinced. Perhaps we should speak of this upon your return from the Clockwork City.
Since my father brother insists on going on ahead with this farce, you have a responsibility not only to ensure that he returns safely, but he does so a fully fledged warrior. Though I'd settle for the return safely part if push came to shove, Kupo. My heart cries out to join you on your journey into the depths of Goog, but my head tells me that I would pay for the privilege with my life. I have received no martial training, Mana. Whatever wonders await you, my place is here on the Prima Vista. Now, is there aught you wish to know before disembarking? Oh, I'm good. This necklace, why is it so special? I'm frightened, Mana.
I cannot, will not believe that there is nothing left of Begamnon in that creature. We can still save him, we can!
The hurdy-gurdy is a little-known instrument. It's true, it's true! Isn't there another Moogle named Gurdy as well in, like, Tactics A2 or something?
The captain's dead.
True. Oh, you thought I might be joining you on your journey into the heart of a 1,000-year-old nest of fiends? Sorry to disappoint, Mana, but a detailed account of any swashbuckling upon your safe return will suffice. Or failing that a body, that would make for quite a story.
Don't you tell me he's gone. He's not. We're stronger than that. He's the strongest bunker you'll ever meet. He'll tear his way out of that Lucavi and crush it under his foot.
Now is not the time to get your fur to frizzle, Mudblink. Breathe. Breathe! I am a warrior of legend. I am a warrior of legend, Kupo.
First Lazalia, now Goog. What other wonders might slumber beneath our very feet? Crazy. Well, now we wait. How you doing, chat? Are you having fun? Are you enjoying the Ivalice storyline so far? I find it interesting, actually, because it's so similar and yet so different. Like, they're being very direct in what they're taking from it, but they're changing it in really notable ways. It's interesting. By the way, if you were wondering, Matsuno, who is the writer of the Ivalice games, was involved in the writing of this storyline. So that's cool. Hurdy and Gurdy were Moogle siblings in Tactics Advance 2. Muntblink's cousins, you think. And there's also an instrument weapon called the hurdy-gurdy. I should show you while we're waiting. I should show you what Moogles looked like in Final Fantasy XII. So this was Montblanc. This is Montblanc as he appeared in Final Fantasy XII. Very, very different from the Moogles in this game. A lot cuter. I like this Moogle more.
This is Mont Blanc. And this was Hurdy, although this was his appearance in Tactics Advance 2. He looked a little different in Final Fantasy XII, but I'm using his Tactics Advance 2 art. This is Hurdy. Pretty cool. The Moogle brothers or whatever. Yes, I like the Ivalice Moogles way more than the classic Moogles. They're adorable. I love them. Kinda wish we had Moogles like this as a playable race. Ah, me too. Me too. That would be the dream. They are cute, aren't they? I still really want to stream Tactics Advance and Tactics Advance 2 as well. It'll be a very different experience now that I've played the original Tactics. I did play the Tactics Advance games when I was a kid, so they will not be blind playthroughs for me, but they are extremely tonally different. They're basically isekais, where it involves modern characters being teleported to the Ivalice world. They explore that way more in Tactics Advance 1 than Tactics Advance 2. But it's interesting, I still like the games a lot, but I do think that if I had played the original Tactics first, I probably would like the Tactics Advance games less. But I played the Tactics Advance games first, so I love them. Who was the one on the right, the second one you showed? The blue one? That was Hurdy. That was Hurdy. This Moogle right here. That was Hurdy. Was Luso actually isekai'd? You forgot that. I think with Luso, it wasn't so much that he was isekai'd, but he got sent back in time. But yes, Luso was also isekai'd. Yes, 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 yes. I also think Luso is an incredibly boring protagonist. I don't remember anything he does in Tactics Advance 2. I remember the white-haired girl. I remember really liking her. I don't remember her name, though. I remember liking Tactics Advance 1 more than Tactics Advance 2, but I did love the Grease. I loved the Grease in Tactics Advance 2. They were dragon ladies. I loved them. They were so cute. Marsh? Gria? They are called Gria. You are correct. They are called Gria, not Grease. I love the Gria. I love the Gria. Let me show you. Let me show you. So yeah, I definitely like Tactics Advance 1 more than Tactics Advance 2, but Tactics Advance 2 had the Gria in it, and they're awesome. Here's a Gria for you. When are they gonna put Gria into Final Fantasy XIV? She rules. I love her. I love her. As I am pondering the Hurdy so hard.
Tactics Advance used the isekai aspect more effective than other isekais. I agree. I agree. The fact that like the fact that like someone already forgot or someone could not remember that Tactics Advance 2 even was an isekai, I think says so much. Like Luso really did not care. Like I remember Luso really not caring about his situation. Marsh was all like, I have to fix my situation. I have to get back to my world. But Luso was like, I mean, I'm gonna go back to the world. I don't really have a reason to, but I guess. I don't know. Luso sucked. Luso sucked. I don't like Luso. Now, real quick, I want to show you Marsh. Marsh is the main character of Tactics Advance 1. And I don't know about you, but this is Ramza. Does this guy seem like Ramza to you guys? Is this guy not just Ramza? Is this Shrimply not just Ramza? He's very Ramza. He's extremely Ramza. But he's the main character of Tactics Advance. Very Ramza coded. And he has a massive, massive, massive pizza cutter. Xenoblade Ramza, true. Yeah, the whole plot was driven by Marsh trying to get back and the clash with all the others who didn't wanna. It was really interesting. This is Marsh, this is Marsh. I'll show you Luso next. This is Luso. He's the main character of Tactics A2. He sucks. This art, fantastic. This art, amazing. This guy sucks. I don't like this guy. He also had a cameo in the War of the Lions version of Tactics, but I don't like this guy. You've only known Hurdy for a minute and a half, but if anything happened to him, you would unalive everyone in this room and then yourself. I see. It bugged me that all the concept art had characters with giant judge swords that you never get to use. You know what? You're so right. What's up with that? Messed up. Messed up. God, though, the art... Oh my gosh, I didn't like Tactics Advance 2 as much as Tactics Advance, but oh my god, the art in this game, are you kidding me? Like, look at this. Look at this. Are you kidding me? This is so good. Look at this. This is crazy. The art in this game is amazing. What the hell? You'll still have to tank if this queue continues to take 500 years. I'm not surprised that these queues are taking a minute. This was expected. This was very much expected. Especially with, like, how late it's getting. This is the least popular Ivalice raid because NA can't do math. True! Ever since they nerfed Thunder God, this is now the least popular Ivalice raid. Here's Luso and Ramza in War of the Lions. So they put Luso in War of the Lions. I believe it was because Tactics A2 was just coming out, so they were promoting that game. But yeah, Luso's there. Balthier's there too. He's from 12. But we're not talking about Balthier. these guys have to say? There's like guys up here. What are they gonna yap about? Company musician. Leaving so soon? I would sing you a lay to send you on your way, but I shall save it for the moment you return. Whether it be light-hearted or somber is solely up to you. Alright, you spoony bard. Before Sid left, he handed me this queer contraption. Said it was an elegant storage node that if I activated it, I'd hear the principal's voice as if he were standing right beside me. Would you care to try it? Perhaps if Sid ever returns, we can get him to record your voice. That's assuming you return, of course. Records found. Initiating query protocol. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Here's lore. As I mentioned, Ramza does not appear in the legend of Delita's miraculous rise to power. For his part in the tale, we must look to the Durai papers. My ancestor's account states that Ramza was the youngest son of one Barnabeth Baelv, the lord of a noble house of high standing. He was the same age of Delita, whom Lord Baelv took in following the death of his parents. The two boys would have grown up together side by side. Yet while the legends are strewn with references to Barnabeth's elder sons, his youngest is conspicuously absent. According to the Durai papers, this is because the Church of Glabados branded Ramza a heretic and had his name erased from the annals of history. My research has yet to reveal why the Church would do such a thing, and why his own blood would seemingly condone the act. For what it is worth, however, the author of the Durai papers was firmly convinced that Ramza was the true hero of the legend of Ivalice, a true Zodiac brave. What was the relationship between Ramza and Delita? Delita was born into a family of serfs, the Hyrules, who tilled land owned by House Baelv. When Delita's parents succumbed to the Black Death, Ramza's father took the boy and his younger sister Titra into his home and raised them as he would his own children. It is at this time that I believe Delita and Ramza became friends, growing up as equals, unbound by societal constraints of blood and birth. According to legend, Lord Barnabeth was quick to recognize that young Delita's talents extended beyond working the land, and so he used his influence to secure the orphan a place at the Geralind Royal Military Academy. If the Durai papers are correct about Ramza's age, it would not be unreasonable to assume that he attended the same institution. The pair would not walk the same path for long, however. Following the untimely death of Titra, the culmination of a tragic sequence of events set in motion by none other than Ramza himself, Delita cut ties with his house, to which he had been bound since birth, and pursued his ambitions alone. Who were the Zodiac Braves?
Though they are virtually synonymous with Ivalice, little is actually known of the Braves and their origins. Legend has it that Delita, acting at the behest of the Church of Glabados, set out with a company of knights to recover the 12 lost Zodiac stones. This they duly did, earning themselves the moniker of Zodiac Braves. As you might expect, however, the Durai papers tell a different story. Oran claims that it was not Delita who led the knights, but Ramza Baelv. How this discrepancy arose is yet a mystery, but one I fully intend to solve.
What is Auracite?
Legend paints them as holy relics created by the very gods of Ivalice themselves. Instinct and better judgment suggest they are similar to ether-based crystals of the present day, but exactly how similar is something I will require more time to establish. One thing both legend and the Durai papers agree upon is that the Auracite had the power to make manifest one's deepest desires, be they fair or foul. This is born out of the fact that the stones are credited both with destroying Meland, city of the gods, and granting Delita the power to bring order to chaos in his kingdom. Auracite, I conclude, is precisely as good or evil as its wielder.
Who or what are the Lucavi?
Ivalician legend portrays them simply as demons, but I have a theory as to their true nature based on my own observations, and of course those of my honored forebear. The Durai papers tell us that when an Auracite is used with malign intent, it warps both mind and body, transforming the wielder at last into something no longer of this world. These beings, these others are, I believe, one and the same as the twisted creatures you faced in Rabanastre. Defeating said monstrosities served to restore the Auracite to its original crystalline state, that of the Duma, which again is consistent with events described in my ancestors' records. Awesome. Alright, you guys, if your queue just popped, it's mine. If the queue just popped, it's mine. If it did not pop, it was not mine. So use that information as you will. Let's go do the Ritterata Lighthouse! Let's go do math! Come on, healer! Same raid, different alliances? No! This is so sad. We will discover Begamnon here within the lighthouse, I'm certain of it. Alright. We've got ourselves... Who is this? I do not believe you were in tactics, sir. Famfrit? Did Begamnon the Duma give life to that creature? I don't think Famfrit was in tactics. I just played this game. You'd think I would remember. Well, I know he's Final Fantasy XII, but so are all of these guys. I know that. Oh yeah, I remember how this guy works. I haven't been here in a minute. Water and water and water, water and water and water. This was the fight that introduced the triangles, wasn't it? Unless that appeared in like a Savage or something.
The infamous Doritos. Ooh, share a chip with me. Share a chip with me. Unless, if this appeared in a Savage raid, I wasn't doing Savage back then, so I wouldn't know, but this was the first time I saw those Doritos. It was my introduction to them. Oh, share a chip with me. Whoa! Amazing. Woo! What a fight. Vaughn's outfit drops from this raid, but not his outfit from Final Fantasy XII. It's his outfit from Tactics Advance 2, which is objectively a much better outfit. Anyway, I do know that, like, basically all of these guys, like 90% of these guys appear in 12, but there's a bunch that appear in both 12 and Tactics, and that's what I was wondering. This next guy I know appears in both. In fact, now that I have played Tactics, I have a bone to pick with this particular guy. Damn, those guys explode. Oh yeah, I'm the healer. I should take care of that. Man, I'm nothing like Carmen. I don't heal half as good as she did. Alright. Hello, Bellius. Hello, Weegraph. Long time no see, pal.
The Gigas.
What alliance am I, B? Surely the others will do the mechanic for me. Uh-oh. We're okay. I don't remember how to do this mechanic. I don't remember. Ooh. I've never known how to do that particular mechanic, and I've been too afraid to ask. Surely the others will do the mechanic for me. Easy. See ya, belly boy. But yeah, that's a boss I'll never be able to look at the same again, thanks to Mr. Wheatgraph Final Fantasy Tactics. Obviously, that wasn't Wheatgraph just now, but that was the Lucavi that Wheatgraph turned into. Cannot look at him the same ever again. We are Alliance B. We take the middle one because we're Alliance B. Well, I guess it doesn't matter for this set. Just AoE them. Ooh, that hurt. Oh yeah, this shit. I haven't done this raid in forever. I don't remember how to do it. It's fine, everyone's doing the mechanics for me. I have done Robin Oster in the third raid way more than I have done this one. This one is very faint in my memory. We've got the 4 elements in this raid. Fire, water, wind, and math. Hey guys, here's another guy we met last night. Remember this guy? It's our friend, Construct 7! Okay, can I remember his other mechanics? Do I remember... I remember the math mechanic. Do I remember Mr. Construct 7's other mechanics? Let's find out. Oh, I know what he's about to do. Ah! Oh, it's math time! Computation mode. Basic computation protocol loaded. Initiating lesson. I have 4 HP. Align vitals with specified multiples. Multiples of 3. I need to make my HP 6. Multiples of 5. Let's make my HP 5. Easy. Whoa. Whoa, 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 relax, everybody, relax. Damn! I decided to play a healer. I'm gonna heal, damn it. Game making sure I press my heal buttons. They should add arithmetician to 14 and it just opens MS Excel. True. What are we doing over here? What is Alliance B's mechanic? What are you doing? Alliance B doesn't get to have a mechanic. Whoa, look at his moves! Our mechanic was kill the boss before our mechanic. True. Are we gonna kill him before prime numbers? That would make me sad, not gonna lie. Woo! I want to do prime numbers. Everyone slow DPS. I want to do prime numbers. Oh, we're not going to get to do prime numbers. No! How am I supposed to know what a prime number is? I'm in shambles. Damn, this is so sad. All right, let's see if this raid will let me watch the cutscene. We'll find out, chat. We'll find out. But if it pulls the boss without me, there's nothing I can do. Yep, we're in the legendary clockwork city of Goog. Cutscene activate. Let's see if they pull him.
Long have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine. Come! The blood of my fallen brothers feeds my hate!
Oh! Hello, Yzmat. Hello, everybody. This is Yzmat. You might know him as the super boss from Final Fantasy XII. You might know him as the famous boss that takes hours to beat. You might know him as the guy with 1 trillion health. This guy's famous.
Fire is a cancer, and I have the barber's blade.
You screamed at this boss you suffered in 12 once. When I did this for the first time, I noticed how slowly his health was going down, and I thought they gave him like a stupid amount of health again. I laughed so hard. But he actually has a buff right now that's making him take little damage, and it'll drop in a second.
Escape this!
Woo! I'm escaping! I'm escaping!
Agony and sorrow! Your suffering is not yet over.
Like a knife through butter! Now, I know I haven't played... I know I haven't played 12 on this channel, but I want you to know how much I freaked out when I saw this guy. How excited I am that this guy is here. I need you to know that I'm losing it. I'm internally losing it, even though I already knew this guy was in here.
Agony and sorrow!
I have never fought Yzmat myself. But someday I will fight him like a knife through butter. Oh, he's looking at me! Don't like it when he does that!
Your suffering is not yet over.
Am I gonna fight Yzmat on the channel? I want to so bad. I want to so bad, you have no idea.
Escape this!
I'm escaping! I'm escaping! Don't look at that! I'm escaping!
Your pain is my pleasure.
We're Alliance B. We get the center ad. Oh, there is no center ad. Just get the ads. Woo! I guess technically there was a center ad.
Your
Woo!
suffering is not yet over.
That's a bad position for the boss. That's gonna make a lot of people very angry.
Agony and sorrow! I, Agamemnon, shall deliver the king's justice! Feel the wrath of my brothers!
Oh, it's Wrath of Brothers time. You know what that means? Whoa!
You will pay
for what you have done.
Okay, here's our ads. Where's the center? This is the center. I mean, not that anyone cares about alliances fighting their individual ads anymore. As long as if they're separated, who cares? Hey, 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 hey! Oh, he's dead. What the heck?
This is far from finished.
Oh, he's dead.
You may have escaped me in this life, but I shall be waiting in the next.
That's scary. Waiting for you in Final Fantasy XII. Yeah, no, when I do stream 12 on this channel, I want to fight Yzmat very badly. You have no idea. Nope. Whoa, wait, poster drop. Give me that. 13. Do you think I got it? Let me show you guys something. Let me show you guys something. Guys, I'm gonna show you a little thing before I leave this lighthouse. Just a small little thing. Let's go on a little journey through the dungeon we just proceeded through. And go through memory lane. Here's where we fought Famfrit, the wet one. He's not in tactics, but he's in 12 in tactics advance. Isn't that cool? Pretty cool. I remember when he killed my co-healer with a bunch of water. What is this ancient engraving? This is not what I came back here for, but what does this say? Lo, seeker in days unborn, god blade bearer, know you. This tower challenges the sky. Where the watcher, the ward of the three, waits soul hungry unsated. There was like stuff to read in the Robin Oster raid too, wasn't there? I probably should have come back and read them. My bad. But it's okay, I'm reading the extra lore in the Ridorana Lighthouse. It's not the reason I returned to the beginning, but it is something I can read while I'm here. Yes, famous Famfrit, famous for his famous Tide Pod attack. Exactly. Now, again, I cannot emphasize this enough. I'm not a healer main. I am a super casual healer. I know my healer gameplay is clownery. I know I am not playing healer optimally, but hey, I lived and I did my best to keep people alive. That's something. This is where we fought Belius. I have memories of Weegraph now that I never had before. Can never look at this boss the same ever again. I'll never forget the Weegraph fight. Honestly, probably the most memorable fight in the game for me, if I'm gonna be real, and I'm sure that's true for a lot of people. The Weegraph fight was something. You pressed Afflutus Solus when you stood and stuff for third eye value. Good enough. True! Oh my gosh. Multiples of 3. 3, 6, 9, 12. Multiples of 4. 4, 8, 12. The concept's so simple, a child, let alone the architect of the city's defense network, could grasp it, or so one would think. Oh my gosh. They're calling all the people who complain about math children. We must go back and defeat Weegraph with frogs. True! We're almost there. We're almost at my destination. You might be wondering why I came all the way back to the beginning of the Ridorana Lighthouse, so allow me to show you. A wise arithmetician once said that the primes were the most lonesome of numbers. To that I say bullocks. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, and on to eternity. There are enough digits here to start a fellowship. They don't say that 1 is not a prime number. This will trick people for generations to come. Well, 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 look who it is. Look who it is all the way back here. What are you doing back here? This is who I came back for. Waiting for command. This is who I came back for. Look at him. Arkansas, hello! Thank you for stopping by. Wonderful. I came back to say goodbye to my friends. Goodbye, friends. Wait, I guess I should check to see if there was, like, lore right before we used that. Alliance A, you forgot something! Was there any, like, scribbles or writing here? It doesn't look like it, but better safe than sorry. Alright, get me out of here. Rest in peace, Boba Fett. Mother's necklace. But what is it doing here? Unless... Oh, okay. Get knocked out, idiot. You snooze, you lose, Ramza. Alma? Alma, are you there? I'm here, Ramza. Oh wait, I just remembered what happened to him. Oh my god, the funniest thing just happened.
Extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However did it come to be in Begamnen's possession?
Though they are indeed of a different shape, the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal. Oh, they are auracite!
Auracite? And what makes you say that?
Can't you feel it? You can feel it, can't you, Hurdy?
Do you recall me telling you that Begamnen considers the necklace special? It was special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Rossler. He was to return it to Princess Ashelia upon delivering Her Highness from Nalbina Fortress.
A family keepsake.
Of course, and each necklace, each auracite, has acted as a lodestone, drawing both of our parties closer and closer to Ivalice. Indeed, Father, the auracite guides us.
Ramza, are you recovered?
Thank you, sister. I am well now.
From what we know of the Duma and the Otius, vestiges of one's will may endure in an auracite. Could it be, then, that the desire of the former owner or creator of these necklaces was simply to return to Ivalice? But who could that have been?
Ramza Belv. He wanted people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lazalia and Goog, you ask? Simple. We are being tested. The Auracite is measuring our worth, seeing if we are deserving of that truth.
You say these things as if you knew them, but how could you? Nothing we have uncovered suggests anything of the kind.
I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. For now, I must ask you to trust me, Lady Melrula.
Lady Melrula? Since when did you... Ramza, are you feeling quite yourself? You seem like a little less of a bitch today.
Of course I am, sister dearest. I've never felt better.
I sense a disturbance in the ether.
Father, these necklaces are gifts. Gifts from the old gods who once watched over the Ivalicians. It is proof we have their blessing. With the necklaces and the Otius, we can finally prove. Thank you, Mana. I know not what came over me.
Ramza, you must rest.
Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine?
Faye, hello! Thank you for stopping by! Oh my gosh, they dropped the name of the raid series. Let's go! You sometimes forget the weird Final Fantasy XII lizard people are just in 14, like, canonically. Yeah, they only show up here in, like, I think they're in Bosnia for, like, a little bit. But that's it. That's it. I've also noticed that they share the animation skeletons with the, Mamulja. Like, I realized I saw one of them laughing and they were doing the Bakul Jaja laugh. I recognized it from a mile away. So they have the Mamulja skeleton, which is interesting. And interesting that's something I can recognize now. Another adventure under our belts, eh, Mana? I'd best put pen to page before the details fade. Lazalia, and now Goog. One would think our discovery is more than sufficient to prove the Lexentail's claims, at least with regard to Ivalice's existence. But something tells me that until Genomus has proof that his ancestors were not the heretics the Church painted them to be, he will not rest. And then there is the curious case of Ramza. At Alma's throat one moment, all sister dearest the next. He was like a different person when he came to. Yet I seem to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump to the head when he fell. Then again, it didn't take him long to return into his spiteful little self, so all's well that ends well. Greetings and salutations, Mana. I suppose you are wondering whether or not the good Genomus family has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is set to take us. The good news is he has. The bad news, however... Now, while it is not in my nature to be sensationalist, sensationalism is in my job description, so please bear with me when I tell you, not all is right aboard the airship Lexentail. Something about Alma has me deeply worried. I would not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some Solon gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista, away from inquisitive ears?
Alright, this particular... We've just started part 3 of the Ivalice raid, and this particular part is very special to me because, if you do not know, I have been playing this game since 2.0, so since the launch of A Realm Reborn, but for the longest time, I was a huge casual. So I barely interacted with the content. I did like the Crystal Tower, the first 2 raids of it, but then I didn't do like anything until Stormblood. Like if it wasn't a part of the main scenario, I just ignored it. So I didn't do like Void Ark, I didn't do Alexander, and I didn't even do the Ivalice raids right away. So it was at the end of Stormblood. I was getting excited for Shadowbringers, and at the end of Stormblood, I decided I wanted to try to get better at the game, and so my first venture into trying to get better at the game was by playing this upcoming Ivalice raid on launch day. So I stayed up really late, got online the second the patches went live, and completely blind, everyone in the raid, brand new, went into the final Ivalice raid, and from then on, I would always go into a raid day 1. So this was like the first of me getting more serious at the game, and the first of me always going into raids on day 1. So it's a very special place in my heart for me, and even beyond that, this Alliance raid is still my favorite Alliance raid in the game by a lot. So I'm really excited for this one. Yeah, 24-man raids are so much fun on day 1. It's true, it's true.
Principal Genomus claims to have learned much from his continued study of the Durai papers. Still, he appears to be frustrated at a lack of information crucial to solving the mystery.
But as you can imagine, this particular upcoming Alliance raid, the Knowers Know, is one hell of an Alliance raid to do on launch day.
The question is, then, where exactly did Ramza and his fellowship journey next? Ah, Mana. To what do we owe this unexpected visit? I had not planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. I apologize if we caused you any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in their midst and not expect her to report what she sees. Though, I did expect a tad more discretion from Miss Merila. Alma has, as of late, been experiencing difficulties with her health. Shurigans have been called upon to discern what exactly it is that ails her, but as far as they can tell, there is nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consensus is that the rigors of an extended stay in a foreign land have taken their toll on her fragile heart.
Mana, when did you...
Alma!
I'm fine, brother.
It is obvious you are not. You must return to your chambers and rest.
Forgive me. Perhaps we shall speak again once I regain my strength. Until then, please, look after my father.
Hey, chat. Final Fantasy XIV members of the chat. Is this a thing that is true? Am I crazy? I think I remember something about the Ramza model in this game sharing a face with the Themis model in this game. Is this true? Is that guy Themis-faced?
Is he Themis faced or am I crazy? Do any of the Final Fantasy XIV knowers know?
Now then, where are we? Ah yes, the matter of our next expedition. As we discovered during our most recent foray into the Ester Sands, the Damascan capital of Rabanastre appears to lie upon the ruins of what can only be the royal city of Lysalia, ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Ivalice. Shortly after we stumbled across remnants of the legendary clockwork city of Goog, cleverly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the Ridorata Cataract, remnants which now sit suspended above the fathomless chasm. Lysalia, Goog. What have they in common, you ask? I shall tell you. They both appear in my ancestors' account of the rise of Ivalice, the Durai Papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proving Ivalician legend to be more fact than fairy tale. There is no denying the proof, and it is but a matter of time before scholars and historians from across the realm come to the same conclusions. But as you are all aware, my aim has never been to simply prove the existence of Ivalice. No, I shall not rest till I have revealed the truth of young Ramza's role in King Delita's ascension, and cleared my ancestor Uran Durai of the false accusations made against him by the church.
I still think it's so crazy that I've played this raid before. I played this raid back in Stormblood, back in like 2018. And it just tells you the plot of Tactics down to the very end, and for some reason that memory did not stick in my brain. So I got to be surprised by Tactics last night, even though I've read these words before. A quick Google says they're close but not identical. I see. Yeah, Ramza might not even be Ramza, true. Themis's magical special eyes distract you from the rest of his face. You know what? Understandable. It's not the same as experiencing it yourself. Yeah, back in 2018 when I was going through this raid series, they were saying a lot of words at me that I didn't understand. Like, I didn't know who Delita was. I didn't know who Ramza was. I didn't know what the Durai Papers were. I didn't know any of that. But now I'm going in with fresh eyes, the eyes of somebody who has actually played Final Fantasy Tactics. I'm loving this. I'm loving this so much. This is awesome. Anyway, should we not see to Alma first? You like how they keep bringing up that Orin got roasted. They're mad. I know! I was so shocked when they said that Orin got burned at the stake last night. That's still so fresh. And yet they won't stop talking about it here. That's crazy!
Kugane Shurigans would have us believe she is in no immediate danger, and her illness is not one of the body but of the mind. To borrow their words, her spirit is in a state of unbalance and merely requires time to right itself.
Yeah, the Ivalice raids are a bit of a lore dump if you don't know anything about those games, truly. Now, I knew the Final Fantasy XII stuff. I had half of the story. I just didn't know anything about the tactics stuff. Alma will be fine as long as she remains in bed. The last thing she needs is any further excitement, especially at the paws of those meddlesome mole bats. Oh, he's a bitch. It's the real Ramza.
Though I must admit, both Montblanc and his brother have proven more useful than I would have ever dared to imagine.
When it comes to usefulness, I am first in the field. Or was it the furriest in the field? Would you like to feel my fur, Kupo? And you wonder why Ramza despises you so, brother? They do all the work and all you do is jest, Kupo.
Ah, but you are mistaken, Hurdy. I bear neither you nor your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contributions.
Oh my gosh, are you the real Ramza or not? I can't tell anymore! His thanks? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we're all used to know and hate? He's not being a bitch today. What's wrong with him? Alma certainly seems pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying into this all-too-convenient transformation. You're going to headcanon that there's a fire holiday in Garlemald called the Oran Festival. That's crazy!
Simply showing the world that Ivalice actually exists will not validate the claims chronicled in the Durai papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramza Baelv. If we can find evidence of his hidden role in history, it will prove Oran's testimony true and safeguard our family's name from ridicule. Which is why I turned to the focus of my research to Delita's forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only then I discovered something most intriguing, an underlying struggle with an unknown force, a force with the power to bring about calamitous ruin.
The High Seraph.
Orosite, the twisted abominations we encountered in both Lysalia and Goog, the Lucavi, are born of these unholy crystals. While nobles of the north and south squabbled over Ivalice's crown, Ramza silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil, evil manifest from the deepest desires of men and women whose minds had fallen prey to the Orosite. And with each confrontation did Ramza's fellowship grow smaller. Countless companions lost to a cause that would go unwritten. It was far more important than any clash of armies, and their names were Ava, Carmen, and Eleanor! And so did they endure, until reaching their final destination, the Orbone Monastery.
Oh, I know this one. The Orbone Monastery is where Princess Ovelia was raised. There is a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave story. After Delita emerged victorious in his final campaign, he married the princess to legitimize his claim to the throne of Ivalice.
Ah, I see someone has been paying attention.
I just beat the game last night! But I don't understand. Why would Ramza's crusade against the Lucavi take him back there?
According to the Durai papers, the sinister being who engendered the Orosite was said to have slumbered beneath the monastery.
But who or what would have the means to create something so powerful?
Ultima, the High Seraph. Grrr. That bitch! That bitch took my girlies from me!
A seraph? What's a seraph?
Seraphs are believed by some to be servants of the gods, divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I cannot say. Just as there were those who chose to worship Ultima in her otherworldly might, there were equally as many who feared the Visitor and her deadly magics, oft referring to her as the Angel of Blood for the carnage left in her wake.
And she took my girlies from me.
Interesting. What if the spell Mana claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was in fact an elegant interpretation of the very magics introduced to Hydaelyn by the High Seraph?
But that would mean... What would that mean?
I have spoken with several colleagues back in Charlian regarding their opinions of the ancient incantation, and while they yet have little to show for their research, they all agree on one thing. The manner in which Ultima ethereally manifests should not be possible, at least on Hydaelyn. So it would naturally make sense if we discovered that the Allegans learned the spell from a being not of this dimensional plane. As to exactly how they convinced the being to impart that knowledge unto them... Not of this plane? What manner of creature are we talking about here?
Boy, do I have some thoughts about what they're talking about right now. Hi, Sid.
Likely one similar to Omega.
Did somebody say Omega? How can I make this about Omega?
How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Long enough. I am here to deliver the item Mikoto requested.
Sid! There was no need for you to deliver it personally. A Moogle would have sufficed.
A Moogle? And trust that he won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer? No, this was far too important.
If you two do not mind, the principal was about to tell us how to find the Orbone Monastery.
Would that I could.
You don't know? Then what have we been doing here?
At ease, Lady Melrilla. The Durai papers speak of a cataract situated on the river Zirkel, several leagues southeast of Rabanastre. There supposedly lies the monastery. Zarkel is not a name you will find on any modern Dalmascan map. Rivers, however, especially ones as large as the Zarkels is established to be, are rare in a nation more than half claimed by the sand. The river we seek can only be that which bisects Golmoor on the Nakshan border. And for that invaluable information, we owe thanks to our brothers Moogle. Their travels have made them veritable authorities on Dalmascan geography.
Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I'm confused.
Its location is not what concerns me, but perhaps the Moogles themselves should explain.
Why, certainly. That verdant valley of vines and vipers to where we must voyage next is home to the Viera, and therein lies our little problem. The one thing the Viera do not suffer is trespassers, not even lovable Moogles, Kupo. Our glamours kept us hidden long enough to see the jungle was teeming with ruins much like those we've discovered in Lazalia and Goog. But the Viera trackers eventually found us and took us before their elders. We barely escaped with our palms, Kupo.
So that is why we are still here talking instead of bound for the border.
There are Viera who have spurned the strict code of their tribes, abandoning their people to come and live in the cities of Dalmasca. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide us with insight into how to reach the Orbone Monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time.
So we're gonna make you do some bullshit. I'll do it.
Before boarding the shuttle here, I was stopped by a Bonga on the docks. He asked me if I knew Amana Scarlet and bid I deliver her a message. I told him he was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista so that he might deliver that message himself, but the man refused.
Okay.
Mikoto, I saw this device crafted to your exact specifications, but cannot guarantee that it will function as intended, seeing as I had nary a subject to test it on.
Of course, Master Sid. If any trouble is met, then most likely it is my design that is to blame.
Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself too short, my dear. Here's to your success. Good day.
We're not gonna cover this here, but there's like a whole subplot about how Mikoto has a crush on Sid, and it makes me feel weird. You guys, before we continue, I'm gonna be right back real quick. I've been streaming for about 4 hours. I need to take like the shortest little break. So I will be right back.
So, chat, I've been dying of thirst for like an hour now, and it's only just now that I deigned to get up to get some water. Huh. Back to the game we go. Water and water and water.
There is no question that Ivalice once stood atop the lands we now call Dalmasca. But with the passage of time, have remnants of those eras past faded beyond recognition. If only the great library at Rabanastre still stood. My knowledge is limited, but if there is aught you wish to ask.
Well, what, so many things. What was the relation between Ramza and Delita?
As I believe I have explained before, the hero Ramza Belv and the pauper become King Delita Hyrule were the closest of companions throughout most of their adolescence. Ramza was the youngest son of House Belv, an old and respected bloodline of warriors. Delita was the son of farmers in service to the Belvs. Normally, one mightn't expect the paths of two with such different backgrounds to cross, but fate chose to intervene. When Delita's parents fall victim to a terrible plague, Ramza's father takes the orphan boy and his sister into his home and raises them as his own. Sensing greatness in young Delita, Barnabeth elects to enroll him in the Royal Military Academy with Ramza. However, not but several moons before their graduation does great tragedy befall them both. Noble children from across the realm are being abducted by a radical faction of dissident knights and ransomed to their families. Amongst those kidnapped is Delita's only sister, Titra, mistaken to be of high birth for her place at Barnabeth Belv's table. Or at least, so they thought. It turns out the whole affair is a plot set in motion by a petty noble by the name of Argath Thadalphus. Yes, the very course you encountered deep within the ruins of Lysalia. That bitch. You see, Argath and Delita were classmates at the academy, yet the former despised the latter, jealous of the base-born upstart who was always first in his class from swordplay to letters. And so Argath approaches the renegade knights and tells them of Ramza's sister, only instead of describing Alma's features, he gives them Titras that they might kidnap his true rival's kin, and they do. Wait, what? Wait, is this true? Wait a minute. Was kidnapping Titra not an accident? Did Argath really do that, or is he just making stuff up for this world? Is this an Eorzea thing, or is this a tactics thing? That's crazy! However, when the commander overseeing the rescue efforts of these noble children learns that it is not Alma, but Titra they have taken, he abandons all attempts at peaceful exchange with the brigands, refusing to waste valuable resources on a mere commoner. You think that's new to 14? Yeah, I don't remember that being a thing. I was not under the impression that Titra was kidnapped on purpose. That's crazy. There's no evidence of that in tactics, but you can see Argath doing something shady like that. Yeah, no, that's very in character for him and would just make me hate him more. That's crazy. Final Fantasy XIV just kind of writes out Dystarg and Zalbag, so they made it Argath to make it convenient. I mean, they do mention the brothers, but I know what you mean. Having learned the true worth of his blood, Delita leaves both the Academy and his friend Ramza behind to forge a new path, one that would ultimately lead to war. Wait, I think I missed a line. Ramza and Delita plead with the officer to reconsider, but the order to storm the knight's hideout and burn it to the ground are carried out with cold precision. The mission is a success, and the dissidents, including Argath, are slain to a man, but so too is poor Titra. Dystarg probably hates Delita and maybe wanted Delita to be gone as well. I could believe that too. 5 summers will pass before the two meet again. What is the relation between Ramza and Orin? According to my ancestors' writings, Titra's passing did not only serve to shape Delita, but Ramza as well. Ramza was possessed of 2 older brothers, both who had built reputations for themselves as fearless and cunning warriors worthy of the Belv name. However, soon after the raid that sees Titra slain, Ramza learns of his brother's involvement in the affair. The shock upon realizing his own kin's disdain for the common man is too much to bear, and Ramza abandons his duty as a son of House Belv, choosing instead to consign himself to a life of wayfaring. It is while serving a band of mercenaries that he meets Oran Durai. Oran, adoptive son of General Sidolphus Orlando, is tasked by his father to discover the identity of those truly behind the War of the Lions, though what he discovers will mark him for life. Orlando was long an enemy of House Baelv, but the general had always been a proponent of peace. On many an occasion did he attempt to stave the hands of conflict by providing resolution that would benefit both sides, only to find his efforts thwarted by a force unseen. Throughout all this, the Church maintained its neutrality, openly refusing to endorse either order. Yet this was little more than a facade. The truth was, they silently wielded their influence over both sides, seeking to draw out the war that the armies might grow ever weaker. It is during this time the Church begins its search for the Zodiac Stones, or what we now know as Orosite. Their aim is to gain support of the war-weary small folk by dangling the promise of peace delivered by legendary warriors descended from the heavens, the Zodiac Braves. Oran Darai suspects the plot might bring great harm to the realm, but lacks the proof he requires to implicate the Church in any wrongdoing. When all hope is nearly lost, Oran encounters Ramza, already branded a heretic by the Church for his discovery of several of the clergy's inconvenient truths, and learns that together they might be able to make a difference, for Ramza holds a shard of Orosite. Threatened by Ramza's actions, but unable to successfully subdue the young man or his Orosite, the Church turns their attention to Sidolphus Orlando and condemns the general as they did Ramza in a ploy to drive him from the kingdom. This betrayal by the Church only serves to embolden Sidolphus, and it is not long before he joins Ramza and his son in their efforts to prevent the Orosite's blight from spreading further. My goodness. You've looked into the code and Zalbag's moveset sucks. You don't know how he did it. You love that there's just a dude going ham on his squats in the background while we listen to this serious lore. Yeah, don't worry about him. Ignore him. Okay, how did Ramza use the Orosite? While Delita waged his war for all to see, Ramza remained hidden, choosing to deal with the Lucavi from the shadows. When the tiny fellowship was not hunting the horrors spawned by the holy stones, they were hounded by knights and brigands set upon them by the Church. Yet, despite this, Ramza oft found his thoughts returning to his old friend, Delita, now an intelligencer with the Order of the Southern Sky. Delita had also not forgotten about his childhood companion, learning both of Ramza's troubles and the Church's scheming soon after joining the Order. He could not, however, come to Baelv's aid. Hyrule had proven himself a capable warrior and a charismatic leader, and was using this momentum to silently orchestrate a play for Ivalice's throne. If he were to openly oppose the Church, it would prove disastrous. Ramza, though, had already been branded a heretic. Through Ramza, Delita might freely raise his sword against the Church without consequence to himself, as long as their allegiance remained unknown. Now, one might view this as the future king simply using his companion to see his own desires to fruition, why even Oran himself opines on the matter in his papers. However, both Delita and Ramza were quick to recognize that as long as the blight engendered by the Orosite was allowed to spread unchecked, that true peace could never be realized. Their solution was ingenious. Delita took his place on the field of battle to bring an end to the War of the Lions, while Ramza took to the shadows to excise the otherworldly cankers that befouled the realm from within.
What was the Orbone Monastery? Some people listen to music while working out. This Chad listens to Final Fantasy Tactics lore. Yo, me too!
The Darai papers tell us that the Orbone Monastery overlooks a grand cataract on a river known as the Zerkel. The building was allegedly ancient in Oran's time, with no record as to exactly when or by whom it was constructed. We do know, however, that the building had deep ties with the Akasha dynasty, rulers at the time of the War of the Lions, and was oft used by the royal family to house prisoners, before finally being converted to a place of worship, a tradition that seemingly continued even after the conversion. Oran writes that Princess Ovelia Akasha, the last rightful heir to the Ivalician throne, was confined to the cloister for much of her young life before her eventual marriage to Delita. Yet though the Cenobites at Orbone were part of the contemplative order from within Church of Glabados, they remained oddly exempt from the High Confessor's authority. Now, you may ask, if Orbone was a monastery, then why was Avelia, a girl, admitted? Well, it appears early scholars may have misinterpreted an important term. In ancient Ivalician, the word for both monastery and convent are the same. However, seeing as Orbone was inhabited not by monks but by nuns, 'twould have been better suited had the word been rendered as abbey, which itself is more encompassing. Okay, whatever, Mr. Literal. Orbone Abbey or whatever. In addition to their daily prayer, these nuns crafted ales and wines from ingredients grown on their land, and sold them to desert township that lacked ready access to portable water. While the Durai papers indicate the monastery, or abbey, as Ramses' final destination before his disappearance, it does not state why his journey was to take him there.
Actually, it's an abbey.
Considering that Uran actually accompanied Ramza on this quest, it is hard to believe that the chronicler would not know, leading me to believe there was reason for this omission, one that I believe will unlock this entire mystery.
Can Oran join your party? Was that something I missed?
What is the Golmore Jungle?
The Golmore Jungle is an endless swath of pristine emeralds situated in the southeastern corner of Dalmasca on the Nakshan border.
No, Orin could never join the party. I didn't think so. Genomus, the reason that Oran didn't say anything is because he wasn't there.
The hot and humid climes of the region have given rise to a nigh impenetrable expanse of towering sentinels and noisome bogs, in which all manner of flora and fauna is allowed to flourish without the interference of man. Our very own Mont Blanc, however, claims that on his short traipse through the region, he stumbled across numerous ruins of unknown origin. From what we have learned from our own research and expeditions, I would surmise these sites are somehow connected to ancient Ivalice. While it is true that the Durai papers make no mention of a jungle the likes of Golmore, more than 1,000 summers have passed since my ancestor penned this chronicle. Any number of things could have given rise to a marked change in the environment, even one of your calamities, perhaps. Ah, and one cannot speak of Golmore without mention of its enigmatic inhabitants. As you know, the rainforest is also home to the Vieira, self-proclaimed guardians of the wood. Though those who claim that title count themselves fewer with each coming spring, as more and more of the Leporine abandon their ancestral homes for the comforts of the cities. Still, many Vieira continue to their adherence to a strict code that has governed their peoples since ere the age of Ivalice. None may enter their jungle and none may leave. To the Vieira, Golmore is sacred ground, and they will not suffer what they view as the desecration of their sovereign domain by outsiders. This is especially true for those who would dare hunt their lands. I would one day wish to see her ruins with mine own eyes, but without the consent of those who call the jungle home, I fear that day may never come.
Who is the High Seraph?
Very little is known of the High Seraph other than that it was she who created the Auracite and scattered its shards across Hydaelyn. As for if the entity be angel or demon, well, that depends on which fairy tale you choose to believe. Though, after witnessing the terror of the Lucavi firsthand, it is difficult to imagine that one truly pure of heart would design something that might give rise to such evil. That said, it appears the Auracite itself contains no evil. The stones merely serve as an amplifier of sorts for the desires of those who come into their possession. If that desire is one swollen fat with rage, one of dominance or revenge, then it is made manifest as a Lucavi. Such was the case with Argath and Begamnen. Conversely, if the wielder's intentions are just, then they are rewarded with what can only be described as miracles. Legend provides us with countless tales of Zodiac braves granting succor to those wounded or even fallen in battle. Perhaps this is why history cannot decide on the alignment of the stone's creator. If the being truly hails from some other plane of existence, as Mikoto suggests, then we would be fools to think she might be beholden to the same values we hold dear.
So there's something really interesting about the High Seraph in this game. There's something about the High Seraph, and I'm so fascinated by this because, you know, this is an Ivalice thing, but it's so incredibly important in this game. Not only because Arcite is important in this game, but also we have learned more recently, and this is some stuff that we have learned after Stormblood, but we have learned more recently that the High Seraph was around before the Sundering, which is something. The High Seraph was around before the Suffering. So who the hell is she? Where the hell did she come from? I know they're saying she's from another dimension. There's also a chance she could be like an alien, kind of like Genova. But like, what? There's something going on with the High Seraph and I really want to know more. You have a feeling that Ultima, the character, is going to have a role in the future of this game. She has to, right? With how important Arcite is in this game, and the fact that she existed before the Sundering. What? Yeah, we don't fuck with the High Seraph. Like, I'm actually going crazy. I've been wanting to replay the Ivalice raid since I first learned this information. The High Seraph is probably going to be important again later in this game. Like, I will not be surprised if in a future storyline the High Seraph comes back, is what I'm saying. There's something about the High Seraph. There's something about her. Both Montblake and his brother Hurdy have proved invaluable to our expedition. I owe them my thanks. Final Fantasy Tactics in 12 expansion, please. I would actually go insane. I love Ivalice so much. I want that. I want that. And I suppose an apology. I admit when they first arrived, I was wary of their ability to contribute to the cause. However, over the past moons, they have done their damnedest to prove me wrong. I used to believe that we Garleans were inherently better than, well, everyone else. I suppose a part of me still does. It was what I was raised to believe. It is what all Garlean children are. Only now have I begun to realize what a fool I was. Our exile here has forced me to face the arrogance that has controlled me my whole life. And what I found was that I was simply frightened. Frightened of change. Frightened of admitting I was weak. And so I lashed out. And I am sorry to you, Montblanc, Boagi, and the others had to suffer. Oh my gosh. Show us your third eye, fool. Do you have one under there? We're investigating right now. No, I don't think he does. Fool. I didn't see it. I didn't see a third eye. His dad has one. He has one. You can see it. I've been noticing. You can see his. I've been seeing it in, like, cutscenes. Yeah, his dad has one. You can see it. You hope once they decide to move on from 14, the next MMO is Ivalician. Please! Oh my god, I love Ivalice so much. By the way, for those of you who don't know, why does Square Enix forget that Garleans are supposed to be tall? Because it's the royal blood that is tall. Like, the tallness is a sign of pure blood with the Garleans, and that's why the Garlean hierarchy are huge. But the regular common hierarchies do not have that royal blood, the regular Garlean people, so they are not as big. But the royals, the royal bloodline, those are the huge Garleans. See, there's lore. Just have to write our own Evalician fanfic. I literally did that when I was a baby. When I was a baby, I wrote an Evalician fanfic, and it was about a Moogle, and his name was Book. I don't know why his name was Book, and I gave him a little British accent, but it was the worst British accent a 12-year-old could come up with. And his name was Book, but here's the thing, it wasn't just Ivalice, it was also Final Fantasy IX, because the story took place in the city of Lindblum, and there was a Burmesian man named Blitz, and I loved him. He was so cool. He was the coolest Burmesian you've ever seen, and he was friends with Book. And there was a thief girl named Martha, and I had a whole thing about this. Oh my gosh. Release the fanfic? It doesn't exist. It was a story I told to my sister out loud. It was like a verbal fanfic. I never wrote it down. I do have art, though. I have art of Book and Blitz. Do you want to see them? Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I literally have art of these guys. Book was Book the Moogle. He was a little holy knight, and he was very angry, by the way. He didn't have time to mess around. he did not have time to mess around. This was Book the Moogle. Book the Moogle. That art was from 2008, if you were wondering. Who else are we talking to? You? Something is obviously very wrong with poor Alma, and why her father doesn't seem to pay her condition much mind is something we shall all be wary of. It's 2008 peak fanfic years. True! You won't believe this, but since our time together in the Clockwork City, Ramza and I have grown inseparable. Why, I'd consider him a closer companion now than even my good brother Herdy. And just don't let Herdy know that, Kupo. I have no issue with Ramza's unexpected change of heart, just with how it actually came about. I fear it might be the Aurosite playing with his heart, Kupo. I sensed a surge of ether the precise moment he came in contact with the necklace. No, that surge has since passed, Kupo. Alright, it's time to do some stalling for time. I sense that you are interested in the package Sid delivered. I have every intention to apprise you of its contents, but first I believe we should speak of Alma's condition. Do you not find her illness all too timely? Genomus and Ramza would like to believe that her bouts of vertigo are not but a result of a mind fatigued, but the answer is clear. It is the Aurosite that plagues her. Alma recently confided in me that she would hear her father speaking with the Otius well before even his first foray into Rabanastre. However, I do not think this is entirely true. Which is not to imply that Alma is trying to deceive us. Rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the Aurosite. Moreover, I suspect it was the Aurosite itself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypotheses on distinct frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations and their tendency to promote ethereal amplification. Or when I mentioned that despite being on the principal's possession for an extended period, the Otius exhibited none of the imprinting present in the Duma? No? In English, please! The Otius has never resonated with Genomus. It has always been his wife's pendant and its Aurosite shard, the Virgo, that fueled his passion for Ivalice. No, the Otius is bound to Alma's deepest desires, whatever those may be. The only reasons I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the Aurosite's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those we have witnessed in Argath or Begamnon. That and the ethereal interference caused by other nearby shards. I have explained all of this to Alma and recommended that she destroy the necklace. Yet not only did she refuse, but she begged me to keep this revelation from her father.
And so I did the only thing I could. I devised a means with which I might impede, or at least lessen, the effects of the Otius. This device, while still incomplete, will amplify the NPR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo. This should work to interfere with those emitted by the Otius, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effect.
The city below us is all abuzz with word of Bonga Burgon loitering about the airship landing. Do you think it could be someone we know, Kupo?
I've taken a piece of the Virgo and fitted it into my device. It may, however, still require some time to calibrate properly, so go do some bullshit side questing until it's ready.
It was Bwagi and his companions. Perhaps they know of the Orbone Monastery. Sky pirates are bound to have traveled the whole of Dalmasca on their many misdeeds.
Apologies, Mana, but I needed to speak with you, and you alone.
Oh, don't mind me, Kupo. I'll just be floating over here in perfect earshot.
Why you? What makes you think I won't lay you low right here, right now?
Because we're here to offer you a proposition, that's what. We need information on the Golmore jungle, and thought a man as well-traveled as you might be persuaded to provide some.
Golmore, you of all creatures should know that is Viera land. What are you offering then?
Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Genomus believes our next adventure lies beneath the jungle canopy, Kupo.
I should have expected as much. Very well, Mana. I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Genomus as well. Seeing as you and the principal did right by us before, I do not see a reason why I cannot take both of you.
Oh, let me meet her!
Let me know when you are ready to depart for Rabanastre. We will travel in our airship. The Prima Vista would draw too much unwanted attention.
I want to meet her!
Back to a life of Burgundy in the clouds, are we?
Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds. But when faced with the decision of what to do next, we needed simply to remember the dying words of our leader. Gajik, Renok, and I decided to re-enlist as Dalmascan Fusiliers.
And the accompanying Garleans actually said yes, Kupo?
Not exactly. We're now with the Resistance. You no doubt heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Doman liberation, and how it was crushed under the Iron Hill of the 4th Legion. The Resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed. Yet much to the Empire's chagrin, the gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors. Remove one head and 2 grow back in its place. Remove 2 and then there are 4. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now, there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as Lent's Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of our recent crossing with you and yours, she simply insisted that we introduce you.
Me? But I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kupo!
Not you, hairball, her! Meet with the General and hear her proposal, Mana. If you are not interested, we shall return you to Kagane unharmed. You have our...
your tongue? Uh-huh.
Robinoster dead ahead, lads. This way. We've many moms to cover before nightfall.
My, look who it is.
I've done as you asked. I bring you the Liberator.
And here I thought she'd be taller. Why does everyone keep saying that?
I knew it! Vera!
I am Fran, proud daughter of Dalmasca and General of Lentz Tears. And yes, Moogle, I am a Viera. Are you surprised?
Why, yes, in fact I am! Her kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Kupo. There are supposedly a few who have left their homes, but I most certainly did not expect to see one here in this sewer.
Indeed. This Banga claims you seek Orbone. Does he speak true? Those ruins lie deep within the Golmore jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense were you to defile it with your presence. What is more, Wagi tells me you travel with Garleans, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in one who would do such?
My blade has tasted the blood of too many Garleans to count. My adorable little blade.
And then you know the Empire and its people are one and the same. When you slay an Imperial soldier, you are not slaying an individual, you are slaying the enemy. Your companions, Liberator, are the enemy, despite their supposed change of heart.
You misunderstand. Kind Genomus does not approve of the Emperor's warmongering. He wants to help Dalmasca and its impoverished masses, Kupo.
I'm glad this Moogle here is to talk for me. And what would a Moogle know about my people? Does your blood run Dalmascan red? We could cut you open and find out. Ayo!
General, there is no need for threats.
You are right, Bwagi. Then let us parley.
Parley?
Parley.
First, the resistance requires men and women from the Eorzean and Eastern alliances to join us in ridding Dalmasca of its imperial invaders.
Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you, or if not, they will listen to these scions to which you claim allegiance. Second, the resistance requires gold. Gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the East Aldernard Trading Company, which continues its dealings with Garlemald even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of those profits. Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Orbone.
And what of the Lixendales?
See me to victory, and I'll take the Emperor himself. Those are my conditions. What say you?
You're cute. I will deliver your request to the Scions, but can promise no more.
Tell them my demands, but know the fate of your expedition hangs on how well you do so.
I'd say we have our work cut out for us, Kupo.
Bwagi, you and the Fusiliers are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received.
Yes, General.
Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You are a fool to trust them, Princess.
And I oop. Whoops, casual Ashelia twist, whatever. But yes, that was the first time a Viera appeared in this video game, Final Fantasy XIV. It was a really big deal at the time. Everyone was really excited for the potential of Viera appearing in this Ivalice raid. And of course, the Viera, Fran herself, a playable character from Final Fantasy XII, makes her debut in Final Fantasy XIV here. But yeah, Fran's appearance here was the very short period of time between, like... She was the only Viera in the game for a very short period of time, because she showed up in the final patch, or close to the final patch of Stormblood, and Shadowbringers came, like, right after. So very shortly after Fran was introduced to this game, Shadowbringers came out, and everyone was Viera. And I'm sure that scene is very interesting if you, the player, are a Viera. I doubt the dialogue has changed, unless it did. I don't know, I don't think so. But, yeah. I remember being so excited. I was like, yay, I can finally be a Viera, and then I'm not.
Do not be put off by Lady Fran. The General has quite the edge to her, but it is only because she wants what is best for the Resistance.
You think they added dialogue for it? I hope so.
I finally come to accept Begamnon is gone for good, but I will never forget how he met his end. I cannot allow my hatred to consume me as it did him. The General is not too bad once you're on her good side. Her only good side being her backside. Woo! You didn't hear that from me! Woo!
Hello! What an adventure, Kupo! Just think, by tomorrow we could all be the newest members of the Domescan Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up my place on the Prima Vista just yet. Damn, he said that! Hurry, hurry! If I don't tell someone of our adventure quick, I'll positively burst, Kupo! That's crazy! Let me tell them, Mana! Let me, Kupo!
There is no question that Ivalice wants to pop the lens and blah 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 blah.
Everyone's saying the same thing, but I have to check. Where have you been? And rob a monster? With Mont Blanc? Why didn't you tell me? How am I supposed to report on something if I'm not there to see it?
This woman asks much of us. The Viera have ever been wary of outsiders. For centuries, their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code, and will met swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, many a Viera will spend her entire life bound to the territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. As you know, Viera are only women. And while the tribes are wholly independent, they've agreed to uphold a single standard. Shun all contact with the outside world unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation there are those Viera who long for a life beyond the verdant sea of trees and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom cities. My guess is that this Fran is one such individual.
Who also happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kupo. It seems Mana's sword arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. She'll need to don the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the alliances and the East Aldenar Trading Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong?
Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. Alright, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision on your request, and I thought you might want to hear what they had to say. Oh, and let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar, post haste, and I shall duly apprise you of their judgment.
We haven't been seeing Hancock today, but I hate him.
Well then, Mana, what are we waiting for?
Hancock is a character in Stormblood, and I hate him. And we haven't seen him, but I hate him.
A trip to the Ruby Bazaar? Will there be refreshments? No? Well then count me out, Kupo.
I pray for your success, Mana. Not because I am a man of religious tendencies, mind you. It simply feels like the proper thing to do in these sorts of situations.
Whoops, I did not mean to get lore dumped. That was always a weird line of dialogue because we've never seen Link Pearls hacked. Maybe Link Pearls can be overheard? Yeah, maybe.
Has my brother been behaving? And here I ask this already knowing the answer, Kupo.
It saddens me that I cannot be of any aid. You have every right to think me weak, Mana, for I am. At least now I might admit it. Damn, you've changed. What's wrong with you? You're not yourself when you're hungry. Have a Snickers, pal.
I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year conflict. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer of three of gil should be a piece of Rolandberry cake. Ah, I suppose we should inform Bwagi down at Kugane Landing of our progress. You mentioned he was to keep an eye on us.
Bwagi. Bwagi. I've informed Bwagi of our situation. We are ready to make for the Ruby Bazaar when you are.
I finally get blah blah.
I always check if they have new dialogue. I have to be thorough. How else am I gonna see Lizard say Fran has a nice ass?
So, you have an answer from East Aldenar already. Impressive. It would seem the Lady Fran has underestimated your influence amongst the realm's players. I assume you have no objections to me joining you then. Renok and I will stay here with the airship. Our last foray into the city was met with one too many cold stares for my liking. Vessels such as ours require extensive maintenance to remain skyworthy. You and Bwagi take as long as you need.
Okay.
Okay.
This is taking a little longer than I was expecting. That's fine though. A nice little Saturday stream where I get to play a raid I love very much. I am kind of nervous about the situation with the VTuber model. I know you guys say it was going like fine, but it seemed like it was struggling, like it was lagging, and also my setup, I have learned, is incredibly uncomfortable. I don't know how I could stream for long periods of time with what I had set up at the beginning of this stream. Much to think about.
Whenever you are ready, Mana.
Hancock awaits us in the bazaar, shall we, Mana?
Yeah. But since I mostly stream games with a capture card, it's just really awkward to have a camera pointed at me for the VTuber model. It was really uncomfortable.
A lovely lady and manga, and here I was expecting you would be alone, Mana.
Hi, Hancock.
Ah, but excuse my manners. I am Hancock, representative of the East Aldenard Trading Company assigned to oversee her assets here in Kugane. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, so many characters.
And I am Yugiri. We apologize for making you come all this way.
Not that it is far from the landing to...
The girlies are here.
Bragi, was it? I serve Lord Hien, rightful ruler of Doma. I have come bearing our nation's reply to your entreaty.
And I am Tataru Taru of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I'm only here seeing as no one else could be bothered. Well, that, and to bear a message from the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance.
Thank you both for coming. I am Bwagi, formerly of the Damascan Royal Fusiliers. I now claim allegiance to Lance Tears, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have done in Doma and Alamigo. What tidings have you brought us?
Allow me to begin then. While the East Aldenard Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we are not in a position to grant you the funding you seek. As you are aware, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political or personal. And what of our relationship with the Eorzean Alliance? Ah, yes. What I meant to say was, here in Hengashi, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters of political and, You must understand our positions. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear that we somehow favor that group over another. Seeing as we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone, doing such would be sending the wrong message and ultimately harming profits, yes?
And by selling to both sides, you maximize your profits while good men and women perish. How convenient. Yeah, you suck, Hancock.
We are a business, milady. We do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, that we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance in their noble efforts to safeguard their realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial arrangement. If it were my choice, I would provide you a little resistance with all the funding it needs. But as my good friend Mana knows all too well, it is not my choice.
Girls, get 'em.
Well, now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance.
And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined our proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources.
Wait, how did you...
Lord Hien sends his greetings to you and yours. Having recently found strength through a newly formed alliance with our neighboring nations, Doma is open to further welcoming like-minded organizations. This includes our Dalmascan brothers and sisters still suffering under the Imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the Resistance's leaders.
You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Rabanastre.
The 4th Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Dalmasca as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one.
Doma as a full-fledged ally would serve far better to strengthening our cause than a few temporary soldiers.
Yet even if we were able to wrest Dalmasca from the Empire's grasp, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos could prove even more perilous to the kingdom.
You understand much of our situation.
And based on that understanding, you would refuse your aid to Lens-Tiers, am I correct? Do not mistake me. Lord Hien's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step.
You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next.
Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected. Oh, it was all according to her master plan. Predictable.
You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet you let this farce play out.
You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader.
Oh, it was because we needed to teach Ashelia a lesson. Okay. Ash, your demands are whack, and I'll prove it. Whatever.
Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you.
Wait! What about the Goldmoor jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back to where we started. Principal Genovis will not be pleased. Wasn't there a whole bullshit side quest that was like the Company of Heroes 2? Isn't that supposed to be happening? I thought it'd be happening by now. Did they cut that out? Please say yes. You don't remember. So if you don't know who the Company of Heroes are, or if you're just unfamiliar with Final Fantasy XIV, the Company of Heroes were a series of side quests in A Realm Reborn that is notoriously known for one of the worst parts of A Realm Reborn. It's a series of side quests you had to do to prove you were capable of fighting Titan, and it sucked and nobody likes them. And for some reason, I vividly remember that during these Ivalice quests, for some reason, I remember they made us interact with the Company of Heroes again. Like, they had like a sequel to the Company of Heroes quests, which is interesting because nobody likes the Company of Heroes.
But I'm wondering, like, I have a memory of doing more Company of Heroes stuff here on the Prima Vista. I'm wondering if my memory is faulty, or if they took that out, or if it's yet to come. We'll see.
If it is as you say, it is most unfortunate, but I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all one could ask. I still do not understand. Why would Lady Fran send Mana on this wild Paisa chase if she knew from the start it would be for naught?
Bloggy mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader, whomever that may be.
Oh my goodness, Redwine, hello! Thank you for stopping by. They cut all these quests. You needed to get food for them. Well, thank goodness for that, because I wasn't looking forward to doing that. I wanted my Ivalice quests. I didn't want the Company of Heroes too. Stormblood was 2017 and 2019. It feels like yesterday, but it was almost 9 years ago. Don't say that, I'm dying. The wine part of the Company of Heroes arc in A Realm Reborn was genuinely making you want to quit the game. Yeah, that part is really famous for being everyone's most beloathed part.
People in positions of power can prove both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she is wrong may convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is oft the best medicine.
Naive and stubborn, then the resistance is doomed. If a person as imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances are this leader is even worse, Kupo.
I would not be so certain, Montblanc. My guess is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the Resistance before the recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose?
You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector. Hi, Fran.
The door was open.
Hi, Fran. Hi, Fran. Hi, Fran. Hi. Hi, Fran. Hi.
And you would be?
I would be here on orders of the leaders of Lent's Tears, against my better judgment, mind you.
Greetings, Lady Fran, I presume. I am Genomus and Lexentale, principal of the Majestic Theatre Company. You and your colleagues are most welcome on the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us?
While you failed in meeting even a single of our demands, she recognizes that you were sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled, and for that effort you are to be compensated.
That is most generous.
The ruins with which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. You have our thanks, Lady Fran. We will not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot a course immediately.
Ramsa, what is going on here?
Alma, you should be in bed.
I've slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests?
It appears you once again prepare a leap into danger's maw. Keep your wits about you, Mana. Lady Fran is strong, but then again, so was Begamnen.
Fran is much cuter than Begamnen.
Oh, if you'll excuse me.
Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition? Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the Otius. Oh, that can't be good.
The what?
There is no need to worry. Mikoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name.
The Charlian has no say in this. I am your father, and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would your mother say if I allowed aught to befall you?
Mother, that is what this is all about, isn't it? What it has always been about. You care not about Ivalice or the Orin name. No, you only seek to use the Orisite to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that. You still do not understand how exactly it is the shards translate one's desires into reality. That is where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is she who created the Orisite. Ultima has bid me come to her place of imprisonment. I will free her. She will reveal unto us the secrets of her creations.
That is a terrible idea.
Do you hear what you're saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, we cannot risk your life in doing so. Your brother is right. We have sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you, either of you.
It is too late. Oh!
Whoa!
I'm so lonely, Father. Why must you love Ramza more than you do me? Do not be cozened by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. Help me, Rams.
Alma!
Wow, this is just like Final Fantasy Tactics. That's crazy.
No! No!
Gods forfend. Well, that just happened.
I told you, no one can control the power within those shards. No one!
Mana, here, take this. It might be the only thing that can save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery.
Saint Ajura is my witness. We will save Alma Lexentail. Right, Ramza?
Come, we leave for the Golmore jungle, now.
You got it. I will sit in queue for the Golmore jungle for the next 20 minutes.
I think we saw enough to prove that Ultima is no angel, Kupo. But if she's not, then what is she?
Alien. Was the power I sensed beyond the rift, was that the High Seraph?
I told her this was a mistake, and now look what has happened. If you were wise, you'd toss all the remaining shards into Hell's Lid and cut your losses. But you've no more wisdom than Begamnen, and that's why the High Seraph has already won.
I have good news and bad news, Mana. The bad news is that it appears the High Seraph was able to employ the Otius as a catalyst to propel her magics beyond whatever seal she is trapped behind. The good news is, this means my device should function as intended. Its design is based off of one of Moonbreeda's. It repurposes the logic behind her etheric siphon into a means of disrupting ether flow by reversing common wavelengths and let us just say it has already been calibrated to match the energy emitted by the Otius. As long as Ultima continues to wield the Otius, we should be able to interfere. But it only works if we can find Alma, which is why we must make haste. What do we do? What do we do? We cannot just leave poor Alma to become one of those monsters, Kupo! I cannot believe what I just witnessed. I won't believe it. I won't. There, it didn't happen.
Where's the dad? Oh, there you are.
I've been such a fool. And now I've lost my daughter. Will you ever forgive me, Tia?
Your wife's name was Tia? So is mine. Have I your permission to depart, Mana? Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she...
Of course, Ramza.
Then hold on. I've set engines to full speed. Welcome to the land of my people. 'Twould be a poor lie if I said I did not miss it some. Alma!
Ramza, help me.
Whoa! Alma! Be gone!
Alma! Ramza!
Blood of the Invokers, fulfill the ancient covenant and grant unto me the vessel promised.
Yoink! Oh my god, bye! What just... Oh my god, bye! Bwagi, to me, the girl is not well.
Might I suggest we continue this back on the Prima Vista, Kupo?
Yeah, forget that Ramza kid. It's like a Pokemon trade. We traded siblings. This one's nicer. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh! Have you the courage to face true evil? Oh shit. Oh shit. That's the real Ramza. Let's go.
What are you gawping at? The ship is this way, Kupo.
Yeah, Ultima really said this twink belongs to me now. Still at it. Yeah, these quests have been surprisingly long. I'm still at it. I'm still at it. Welcome back, Notepad guy. You're just in time because we're queuing up soon.
Poor Ramza, whisked away from under our very whiskers. What poor companions we make, Kupo. A poor companion would be one who sat around and whimpered while others worked to find a solution to their troubles, Kupo. We must act for Ramza, for Dalmasca.
First Alma, now Ramza. What does this Ultima want?
This device should have worked. If Ramza is gone because of an error in my calculations.
I will not see the same fate that befell Begamnen befall young Ramza. We must do something and quick.
If a magic rift was necessary to seize Ramza,
then it is quite possible that Ultima is still incapable of traveling beyond the bounds of the Orbone Monastery. However, if Auracite is all the High Seraph requires to do so, then we are in grave danger.
Now Ramza is gone. Oh, dearest Tia, what have I done? What have I done? We need to do something, but what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even prevent my son from...
I am sorry, Genomus. My design was flawed.
Not necessarily, Charlian. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Otius. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be of our failures, but what we have learned from them. The being beyond the rift. It spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning?
Most certainly not. I have discovered no such inference anywhere in the Darai papers. Besides, tales of the High Seraph existed far before even the earliest of Ivalician legends.
Oh boy, did they. Wait, does that mean... Wait, does that mean you're a shard of the people who did that? Or maybe Ramza's a shard of the people who summoned Ultima? Because we have new information now. We know Ultima existed before the Sundering. Wait a minute. Then who exactly did summon Ultima, and why does she think them your kin? Wait a minute!
Look! I have a bad feeling about this, Kupo!
Oh, I'm having an echo! Echo. Oh shit, it's an echo of that scene. Are you Orin?
Ramza dead. You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Orin. I did not say he was dead, my lord Delita, merely that he had abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Auracite. What?
Hi, Delita. You look strange in 3D.
But why would he do such a thing? Peace has finally come to Ivalice. There is naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and this victory is as much as his as it is mine. He risked life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. Knights to me! We ride for Orbone! My lord, wait! Ajor Galabados, the first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the Church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Hydaelyn for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss.
Question for the chat. For the people who know. Is Delita's armor in the game? Obviously he's wearing it right now, but is it a gear set you can own as a player? Because I don't think I've seen that armor before. It is? Well, then my memory is tiny. It was believed only one of the land's chosen, only a warrior of light, might stand against this threat. Yet, while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? It's the tanking gear from this set.
No, the tanking gear is Agrius. The Ivalice and Arknight set. Alright. Gosh, I guess I never... It comes from Ridorana. Oh, okay. I guess I just never see anyone wearing it. Interesting.
Are you saying I should do nothing then?
No, my lord. Ramza is... my brother's final wish before he surrendered to the Ether was that his name be struck from the annals of history.
Alma, you're unhurt, but I was led to believe none but Orin returned from Orbone. What is this you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent that we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us, to do what Hydaelyn herself did countless centuries past, imprison Ultima. And as you are aware, my lord, a prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates.
Ramza sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land. And he believed that if people knew of his sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the holy stones and repeat the mistakes of those who came before.
You don't think the Evilisian armor style translates well to 14? I both agree and disagree with that. I do think I don't care for most of the gear from the Ivalice raids, but that said, Vaughn and Agrius' gear, fantastic. Vaughn's gear from Ridorana and Agrius' gear from Orbone, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. You think more people who wear the gear from these raids, if you could dye... You think more people would wear more from these raids if you could dye them, and some of them also need to be graphically updated. True. Damn, I can't believe I don't recognize Delita's gear set at all. Like, obviously, this has been in the game forever, and I feel like I have never seen a single person on planet Earth wear it.
If you truly avouch yourself his friend, then you will honor this, his final plea.
No! Ramza should not be forgotten! He should be raised up as a hero for his deeds and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant.
Oh shit! Yowie!
He is gone, my lord.
Also, at this point, I mean, I know this is not the same as Tactics, obviously, but this is such fan fiction. I kind of love it. This is so Tactics fan fiction right now.
Before Ramza was your friend, before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Hydaelyn, and for those who would one day, too, heed the crystal's call.
This is Tactics if things went wrong at Orbone. Truly. Hi, Ramza.
Claim the throne, my friend. Become ruler of Ivalice and restore peace to this war-torn realm once and for all. Wait, Ramza! Don't leave me, please, I beg of you!
I wish he was I wish he was this desperate in Tactics. I wish he yearned for Ramza this much in Tactics. I would have liked him so much more. I would not give any kind of Auracite to Delita, truly. That seems like a horrible idea. He's so sad his boy turned himself into a ghost. This is so sad. Tragic Yowie. Men don't yearn anymore.
You will make a fine and just king, Delita. See, you do not stray from that path.
This is some crazy Final Fantasy Tactics fanfiction.
Ramza!
Dude, blow your grass whistle. Yeah, 14 Delita is a better person than Tactics Delita, I guess, truly.
The stones in these 2 necklaces. Are you certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramza? 'Tis what Ramza wished, my lord. Oran, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? No, my lord, I am too busy getting burned at the stake. I have a schedule to meet. 'Tis but a matter of time before the Cardinal and his Temple Knights grow wise to my past. I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. Ramza beseeched me strike his name from history, but like you, my lord, I cannot bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journeys. I fear the world, however, is not yet ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the Church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library.
And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realm? Then, one day, when the Church has fallen out of favor, the Chronicle will be discovered and truth shall prevail.
I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Orin. But once the Church learns it was you who penned the Chronicle, your life...
Bro is so ready to get burned at the stake. Oh, and also, he's giving Ramza a nephew. Interesting. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow, this is some interesting Final Fantasy Tactics fanfiction. That would make... Okay, so I think the implication here is that Ramza and Alma Lexentail, these kids that we've been hanging out with all day, are actually related to Ramza through Alma. And Alma and Orin started this bloodline. Which would also... Well, no, it wouldn't make them related to Sid, I guess, because Orin was adopted. But, wow, okay. Well, that means that they're actually related to Ramza. Their great-great-uncle or whatever. Bro is fine with being burned at the stake because he sired an heir. That's crazy! He is so excited. He is so ready to get burned at the stake. That's so funny. Mana!
'Twas the echo, wasn't it?
Yeah, haha. You won't believe the fanfiction I just read. Orin is like, doesn't matter, got laid. True! Orin getting burned at the stake. Oh, this sucks, actually.
The removal of Ramza's name from the history books, the Darai papers, the pendants. It was all set in motion by Oran himself.
And if his Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears we now know that the High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker. So they're talking about the descendants of Ramza's sister, and ignore everything I said about the Sundering or whatever. Ignore all that.
She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Hydaelyn to serve as her warriors of light.
Or something.
But then why abduct Ramza, or even Alma, unless there is something you haven't been telling us? She was using us to lure Mana. It is her vessel the High Seraph desires.
Oh, me? Wait a minute, me? She wants my vessel? Girl, please. Wait a minute, wait, my... Oh, Wait, gears are turning in my head again. Wait a minute. Wait, I know. Okay, maybe I'm jumping through hoops right now. Maybe I'm jumping through hoops. Maybe I'm jumping through some crazy hoops right now. But if High Seraph Ultima is after us, she's after the descendants of the person who invoked her or whatever, and Ultima is from before the Sundering. Does Ultima mean Asm? I mean, keep in mind, sure, Shadowbringers has not happened yet, but Shadowbringers was definitely being written right now, so it's not outside the realm of possibility that, you know, they almost certainly had all the Asm stuff planned already, or at least the foundation for it. Is it possible that Asm has something to do with Ultima? Yo, that'd be crazy. Ultima of the nice body. What if Ramza's bloodline is descended from the sundered shard of a certain red-haired jailer? Well, no, because that's, what's his face? We already met that guy. You've seen the cutscenes that reference, RTI after Pandemonium, right? I have, but it has been a minute, and I would like to go back and look. This gets picked up on later, but not in a major capacity so far. But you thinking we're going to pick up on this later at some point? Yes, I'm thinking the same thing. I'm thinking this is going to be relevant later. This is an important tool to be used later. Ultima's gotta be more important. Like, ain't no way this game is implying Ultima is this important and aren't gonna do something with her later. I know, side quest jail or whatever, but something's gonna happen with Ultima. Matron's teats, Alma! How long have you been awake? Oh wow, I've let this funny piece of dialogue remain on my screen for who knows how long. Nafika's boobies, Alma! How long have you been awake? I'm waiting for the expansion that requires you to do the Ivalice raids, my goodness. I've been a fool. I told our leaders that if it did not matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternative... Let me try that line again. Retake. I told our leaders that it did not matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternative ploy. General. It is all right, Boggy. My intention was to claim one of those Arasite in the name of the Resistance, and use its power to lay waste to the Garlean occupants. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were. You mean this whole time you were playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with ears longer than mine, I always say. Hey! You've every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to the Orbone Monastery, and ask not in return but that you let me join you in your rescue for Ramza. Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for any one of you. I do it for my people in both Golmor and Rabanastre, people who may die if this High Seraph is allowed to return to power. The Orbone Monastery is now accessible. If they made Crystal Tower MSQ, they can make anything MSQ. I'm surprised they haven't made more of this side stuff MSQ yet. Like, I expect Eden will be required someday. I fully expect that. Won't be surprised if this is required someday. Crazy stuff. Yes, so much Ultima breadcrumbs. I'm going crazy. Like I said, I've been wanting to replay this storyline ever since we learned more about Ultima in the Pandemonium raids. Yeah, Eden not being in the MSQ is insane, truly. Alright guys, I'm gonna queue in. This one is my favorite Alliance raid in the entire game. And also, even though we have Fran and Montblanc joining us, this Alliance raid is like all Final Fantasy Tactics. Every single boss is from Tactics, so please look forward to it. Alright, what do the NPCs gotta say?
I will not see the same fate that befell Begamnen fall, young Ramza. We must do something and quick.
If it was never my intention to deceive you. Alright, it was not until it was. But you must understand that I was only thinking of my people. I have not once held you as an enemy, only as an obstacle. And now that I know that to be false, I hope we can work together to save the land from the terrible evil that draws ever nearer. That cue popped way too quickly. I'm talking over here. Wait, hold on. Speedrun. It pains me as a father that I am powerless to save my own son, Mana. I have asked much of you in these past scenes, but not as more important than what I ask you now. Please find Ramza. If your visions are true, then not even the Zodiac Braves, the warriors of light themselves, could defeat the High Seraph. Are you certain we should not just allow Ramza's seal to endure? No, that would mean abandoning Ramza. But what options are left to us? Alma. Last one. This is all my fault. I was convinced it was Ramza and my father who were bedeviled by the Auracite, when in fact it was me all along! You were wrong, Alma. The Auracite held the power over you, and did you concern your family just to deserve the cloudy judgment? Blah, 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 blah! Get in there! People like doing Orabone. It's arguably the best alliance raid in the game. It is my favorite alliance raid in the game. I always get so excited when I roll this one for Alliance Roulette.
My name is Mustadio Buratsa. All paths lead through me.
Poppies? My sister would not allow this, unless... Oh, your healer left? Oh, you couldn't stream snipe this one? Oh no! Orabone gonna hit harder after Final Fantasy Tactics. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! You love this raid. It makes your day whenever Ally Roulette lands on it. Me too! I love this raid so much! I'm gonna hang out next to the entrance so I can hear all of the boss's dialogue. I have to get to the boss first. I have to win this race. Run!
Impressive. Perhaps you are deserving of your accolades. But do you have an answer for this?
I'm running! I'm running! I'm running! I have to be the one who triggers the dialogue. Ooh, you got in and no one's fighting you for aggro? Hell yeah, I love it when that happens. Only the names of these ruins lives on with my people. We have no knowledge of something. We have no knowledge of something. You speak so fast, girl. There he is, Mustadio. Oh, I don't want to be right under him. All paths lead through him. Mustadio! Love this boss so much. those constructs? Oh, Mustadio, you shouldn't have. Show hole! Show hole! Show hole! Hey, no one in my team died! Woohoo! Everybody showed hole! Can't believe no one died there. There's normally at least one. I know! Everyone's doing so good! Now, when I did the Orbone Monastery for the first time, I did not at all understand how to locate the safe points at all. But now that I have gotten better at the game, it's actually very easy. You just use eyeballs. As it turns out, the secret was use eyeballs. Like so. But yeah, when I was doing this back in the day, I would always just panic and follow everyone else. I had no clue how to find the safe spot. But I was a casual back then. I'm much stronger now. Dang, we don't even get hole 2. Oh wait, there it is. Spoke too soon. Ow.
You have proven yourself deserving of title. Zodiac brave. This my journey can, at long last, come to an end.
So they actually wanted to include Balthier in this raid because Fran and Balthier are a duo from Final Fantasy XII, and they ended up cutting Balthier out, but they put his gear in here. His gear is the aiming set. That makes me sad because I really like Balthier. He's my favorite character in Final Fantasy XII, but alas, it was not meant to be. Oh my god, there she is! Beautiful, beautiful Agrius, I love you so much.
The Beowulf youth guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
Beautiful, beautiful. Agrius, beautiful. I couldn't have beaten Ultima without you.
To the current of life we succumb. Its judgment swift and final.
Judgment Blade! I use that one so much. Show me Hollowed Bolt. Show me Hollowed Bolt.
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed!
Hell yeah, it's not my team. We were not chosen by the Claw. Love to see that. I hate getting chosen by the Claw. Do not put me in a crystal. Agrius, do not trap me in a crystal. Beautiful, beautiful Agrius, do not trap me in a crystal. Ooh, she did not. She did not trap me in a crystal. She's so beautiful and real for that.
Like death and death
Ooh,
alone!
there's someone back here. Free him! Oh my god, she didn't trap me in a crystal. What did she mean by this?
I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder!
I love you. I love you. We are Alliance C.
The dreams of men are fleeting, yet they must be embraced if they are to flourish. Have you the faith to do as much?
What are these ads, actually? I don't think I've ever looked at them. They're just knights?
O divine light, send us from our sins! Gaze deep into the light! They who champion. I leave you now to your quest. My Ovelia awaits.
What a good fight. I think it is the same voice actor, yeah. Apparently, the assumption is that all the voice actors here in the Orbone Monastery were reused in the Ivalice Chronicles. They sure sound like that. And if that's true, that means Thunder God is Urianger. Oh, these are Ramses' hideous pants, aren't they? Oh, you can't see under my white mage gown. I'm gonna say something so scandalous, I hate Ramses' pants. There, I said it. Which Ramza? Chapter 4. Chapter 2 and 3 Ramza is my favorite. Get there! Oh, we missed one. The Necrohall. Where have I heard the name Milan before? I am Alliance C.
Your coming was foretold, servant of Ivalice. Or perhaps you serve another. I am Count Sidolphus Orlando. Your journey ends here.
Is that you, Urianger? That's crazy if true.
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed. I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts.
Is this the first Final Fantasy with 2 Sids? No.
Asunder. To the current of life we succumb. Its judgment swift and
Tactics
violent.
A2 had 2
Its
Sids.
might as cold as steel.
There might be others, but that's the first one that comes to me off the top of my head.
Rise to the darkness and drown in its
I was
loveless
chosen.
embrace. The gods will not be watching.
I was chosen.
Misfortune hangs heavy on a head once held high.
Oh, this
Such is
healer's on
our
top of
cover
things.
from the heavens.
My co-healer is good. Come, show me more.
Show me more. Seven shadows cast, 7 fates foretold. Yet at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone.
live by the sword is to die by the sword.
There is time enough for regret in the flames of hell.
This fight is raw as hell. This fight, this fight rules. Bring back pre-nerf Thunder God.
Endless is the path that
I was
leads you
chosen.
from hell.
I was chosen. Run! Oh, good. The person over here is running my way. Ah! Why did 2 of my people die? Did I kill those guys? Sorry. My bad. Ooh.
I have been called the God of Thunder. You will now know why. Upon my holy blade, the very world lies in balance. And now the scales will tip. Come, show me more.
I hope my side gets chosen for the Wombo combo. I love it when he chooses my team for the Wombo combo. Pick me! Pick me! It would be so beautiful if Sid Wombo comboed me. Good stream content.
Were you expecting a modicum of rust? You will find my defenses quite impenetrable.
Damn, my co-healer is so fast! I got one hell of a co-healer.
It's not so easily granted. They who dwell aloft.
No! Alliance A got Wombo comboed. I'm so sad.
Empty soul.
It should have been
Ruination
me!
is come.
Ruination has come! I'm so jealous of Alliance A. I wish that was me.
Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of pain.
Tank? No. Tank bad. Tank bad. Tank, no! No tank! No tank! Tank, don't take that!
You will find my defenses quite impenetrable.
Haha, I got it this time. Maybe that is Urianger. That's crazy. Do you guys think they'll let me watch the cutscene? Let's find out. Did I play Dissidia Opera Omnia when it was around? Only a little bit. I didn't get very far in it though. I'm pretty quick with a controller. You could never. Well, I've been playing controller forever. It's all I know.
Is it sanctum you seek, my wayward children? Or perhaps you are come in search of power?
Lady's making the
That
aura
which
sight.
lies at your feet, that blessed bauble can grant you both. You need but will it so. Now, take up your salvation and be gone. Mortal agency in matters divine shall not be suffered.
Hey! Yeah, look at all them stones. It had things like Agrius and Beatrix hanging out, which was fun. I want to see that! I should just watch a bunch of Opera Omnia cutscenes. That game was probably made for me. So, obviously, this Ultima does not look very much like Ultima in the game. Was this like her concept art or something? Or is this just a new unique design for 14 specifically? It's awesome, it rules, but I can't help but notice this is not what she looked like in the game. Also, I'm just now realizing that's aura sight all over the floor. I did not realize. It's based off her Tactics Advanced look. I mean, there's also Ultima, but Ultima doesn't look like this.
Kneel before me.
That said, we will be seeing her boss design in Tactics in this fight as well. Although not her Reaper Creeper design, but her other one, her Phase 1 design.
Shall not escape my wrath.
Guys, check this out. I'm not even gonna look behind me. I know where the safe spot is. It's right here. Trust, trust. Easy.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon.
Hello, Famfrit. We meet again.
Kneel before me.
Oh, you're one of mine. Bonk.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Hello, Wheagrass.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Hello, Fulmarv.
Death awaits defiance.
Ah, Dorito! Share chips with me. Where are you? There you are. Oh dear. Oh, I'm getting hit by that. Hey, not too many deaths. I helped. Oh.
Bear your steel.
The guy is...
Simmer as the light of life before rising to the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence. Your sins, your souls are undone. You will not intervene.
Is it over?
I am the only gold.
Such fury. Yeah! Now is not the time to stay our blades. Oh my god, it's Ramza!
Few can claim to have endured the might of my will. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you. Kneel before me. Your very soul shall not escape my wrath. Kneel before me.
So the ads in this phase, this boss is gonna have ads. These ads are the phase 1 boss from Tactics. So keep your eyes open. I'll catch one for you. Even though I technically shouldn't be doing this since I'm not a DPS, but I wanna. There she is.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
There she is again. That's her. That's the boss I fought yesterday. She's beautiful. Oops.
Bend to my will.
Who wants to do a funny little maze? I do. Follow me, everybody! The Ultimas are coming.
Kneel before me.
Ah! Oh, I went the wrong freaking way. Don't follow me, everybody. I went the wrong freaking way. Embarrassing myself in front of my chat. Don't mind me. It's fine. It's normal.
I see it now, in you.
And that was the Ivalice raids, everybody. I hope you liked them. I like this last one the most.
I am your mother. I am your maker. I am Ivalice. Consign me unto darkness, and your light will be forever lost.
This maze is based on the Deep Dungeon. It has one of the exact same layouts. Oh, you mean in the tactics. Wait, really? That's cool. I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to actually do that. Hey, the Orbone Monastery is complete. You beat the video game and Ramza died. Another poster for me? I don't think I'm getting that. I apologize again because I can't emote on console very easily, but pretend I'm emoting right now. I did not get the poster. 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 Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I'm sorry that it's hard for me to do emotes on console. I hope you understand. Thank you for joining me, by the way. Everyone who joined me for any of the 3 raids today. Thank you, thank you. Glad we all coordinated red outfits. Nice, nice, nice. Woohoo! That was the Orbone Monastery raid, the best alliance raid in the game, if you ask me. If you ask me. That was a lot of fun. Wow, you guys got to be on the same alliance and I got left out. Were you guys on Alliance A? Because Alliance A got wombo comboed by Sid and I wanted to get wombo comboed by Sid. Whew. Alright, we are at 6.5 hours of stream, so I'm not gonna linger for too long. But thank you again for joining me. I really appreciate it. You were A. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Goodbye. I'm so jealous of Alliance A. It should have been me. Oh, there he is. He's awake, Kupo. But is it truly him? How big of a bitch are you today, Ramza? He's nice. It's the fake Ramza. Get him. Thank you. Thank you all for coming to my aid. Hi. I'm actually impressed that they gave these 2 Ramses different faces. Like, they don't look the same, and that actually impresses me. And you have my thanks, noble warrior of light. You've achieved what I could not. Also, real Ramses' hair is messier. It's, like, not the same. He's got, like, strands of hair poking out. And you, bearer of my blood and the blood of House Durai, thank you for seeing my final wish fulfilled. Oh, 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 oh. Everyone is here. My sacrifice has finally been given meaning. Oh my goodness. Oh, Meliador! Where's Carmen, Eleanor, and Ava?
Now, my friends, let us retire to Mother Heidelin's bosom, that we may finally rest.
Oh, Agrias, call me! Oh, there was Maroc and her brother. Wow, I'm recognizing characters. That's beautiful.
Farewell. You are the true heroes of this story.
Bro!
Delita, how I have missed you, old friend.
Oh my god, they were friends.
Forgive me, Ramza. You deserved better than what history gave you. I could have done more. I am truly sorry.
And Oran and Alma, too!
These countless centuries did I long for the day that we might meet once again. And now that time has finally come. Heidelin beckons us both.
This is so fascinating to me because in the video game Final Fantasy Tactics, Ramza does not die. That's making this fanfiction even funnier to me. Oh my gosh, Tabby, hello! Thank you for stopping by. I know I had to play this questline again the second I beat Tactics. It has been so good to revisit. It is such a good questline. This is a much happier ending than Tactics. Kind of, yeah. Except no matter what timeline you have, if you're on the good ending or the bad ending, one thing stays the same. And that is that Oren gets burned at the stake. Oh my gosh. History may have said they were very good friends, but the Dorai papers tell a very different story. If this were Mana's safe route, there'd be like 40 chocobos. True! And meanwhile, Argath burns in super hell. True! Pretend Ava, Eleanor, and Carmen are there too. Rest in peace, girlies! Yeah, Oren getting burned at the stake is a canon event. That's hilarious. Never invite Oren to a Korean barbecue. True! Tactics ended on a sour note because of that final scene with Delita and Ovelia. I am gonna be so real with you. That last scene with Delita and Ovelia has not been sitting right with me, like, ever since I saw it. I understand what happened now, and I don't like it. Like, Ovelia deserved way better than that. Poor Ovelia, man. And Ovelia wasn't even in this side story. Ovelia didn't get a little NPC made in Final Fantasy XIV's character engine. Because Delita only had eyes for one person, and it wasn't Ovelia. Mana, it is almost sad to see our quest come to an end, though we have given the land scholars much to consider. Charlian will have to open a school of Ivalician studies. Are we to keep up? In a way, Delita reaped what he sowed in the post-credit scene. It was very tragic. Oh, I think the writing is incredible. Like, let it be known, I was very unhappy with the ending, but because the writing is incredible. Like, me being unhappy with the ending does not mean I didn't like the ending. I hope that makes sense. Like, it upset me. It was really good writing. Oh, but it upset me so.
Despite what Lady France says, I had no doubt that you would come through in the end. It has been an honor, Mana. I only wish Begamnen was here for us to celebrate this day.
Yeah, we like to be upset with our creative endeavors, true. Absolutely, great art can still provoke sadness. God, Tactics made me feel so many things. What an incredible game. I owe you an apology, Mana. I was wrong to doubt you. Whether it be in a council room or on the field of battle, you have proven yourself more than worthy of the many praises the bards sing. I am glad to have counted you an ally, for I would not wish you upon even my worst enemy.
But they weren't there, Hurdy, clear as day. The hero Ramza and the good King Delita. Why would I lie about something like that, Kupo? My question is, why wouldn't you? Still, after all we've been through in the past few days, I might be willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. This time, Kupo!
You're alive! Oh, but of course you are. You'd be that after this many triumphs. One might grow tired of saving the world. Consider us all fortunate that you have not. You rescued my brother, and for that I shall ever be indebted to you. You will be in my heart always, Mana.
And here we are, Mana. I cannot thank you enough for all you have done for my family. And that is before you saved me from the High Seraph.
Yeah, no prob, dude.
I am so sorry, Ramza, Alma. I convinced myself my research was the most important thing in my life. All while the two of you were standing before me. Can you find it in your hearts to forgive your father?
I don't know, Dad. You named us Luke and Leia. It is all right. We are still here, are we not?
And we triumphed. We proved your theory true. Ivalice existed. Ramza existed. And Oran Durai was not a heretic, but a hero. Now all that remains is to tell the world. No, my son. We needn't burden ourselves further. But father, we cannot allow our ancestors' name to remain. And we will not. Yet simply not in the manner you think. I shall be adding a final act to the Zodiac Brave story, telling of how Ramza the Forgotten Hero and his chronicler Oran Durai smote the Angel of Blood and saved Ivalice from an age of darkness, before quietly embarking on a final journey that would take them far beyond the horizon.
It's so funny to me that Final Fantasy XIV's version of this has Oran aiding in the Ultima fight, because he super didn't do that.
And of course, I shall not leave out those nameless heroes who fought alongside Ramza. Their names were Ava, Eleanor, and Carmen! Without whom the young noble would have surely perished!
Is that what you truly want, Father? For the story to end?
It will only end on the stage, my dear, and live on in the hearts of the crowd. King Delita and Orin envisioned the Virgo as a beacon which would lead future generations to the truth about the founding of their kingdom. They were right. And just as the pendant guided us, now we shall guide the masses through our play. And now you see, my son. I would offer you my thanks again, Mana, but thanks are not nearly enough to express my gratitude for all you have given us. Perhaps after I complete the Zodiac Brave story, I shall pen a tale about the legendary Warrior of Light and her adventures across the 3 great continents. Then you'll have your work cut out for you, my friend. Mana has enough battles under her belt to fill at least 3 tomes, if not 4.
We're up to like 6 now, Sid.
Would you stop doing that, Sid?
And her tale is far from over, isn't it?
Yeah, apparently we're still going for like another 10 years, buddy. The story never ends. You like how Mikoto keeps looking at Sid? I keep feeling weird about it. Mikoto has a crush on Sid, and I don't know if I like that. I don't know. Anyway, let's watch this play.
All right, this is our final dress rehearsal for the night. Make it count. Positions, everyone!
Yes, Principal.
Lights! Music! There will be no more mistakes from you two, am I clear?
Mother crystal clear, Kupo! They are going to perform the new final act.
Begin.
Whatever will we do? The church is branded as heretics. No home awaits us in Ivalice.
We shall embark on a journey together.
Together?
Together. The crystal's call has been answered and evil vanquished from the land. We are now free to soar like the griffin.
Free? But how?
By casting off our noble names and forging a new path, one not bound by fate. And on that path we shall meet new friends, make a new family. And unto them we shall entrust the true tale of our deeds, that they may carry on our legacy for all eternity.
Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast.
In sword etched he is fading memories.
In sword he tempered his skill.
By sword attested, by sword revealed. Their tale can now be told.
Bravo! Bravo! You were both wonderful!
I am inclined to agree with the Lady Marilla's sentiments, but there is always room for improvement. Back to your positions, everyone! Again from the top!
Again! I've had enough of this! I was promised a starring role, Kubo! It is in my contract! It's okay, we'll make you a summon. We'll make you a summon, okay? Calm down. Oh, hush, brother, before Jernomus has us back to polishing boot buckles again.
I like this actor Delita just kind of in the background. Wow. That was so good. Are you kidding me? When I played this back in the day, I had no frame of reference for any of the tactics stuff. But now that I've played this with tactics in mind, meanwhile in the Clockwork City of Goog. Oh no, the Garleans are here. Play Bosnia to learn more. Oh, Gabrants!
Well... Sir, further research will be required to reach a positive conclusion, but preliminary tests show that the technology utilized here—
Whoa! Oh my gosh! Flying T-Barcy, hello! Thank you so much for the raid! Hello, raiders. Hello, my name is Scarletify, also known as Mana. I'm a variety streamer, and today I am replaying the Ivalice raids from Final Fantasy XIV. Now that I have finished Final Fantasy Tactics, and we are at the very end of it. We're seeing the epilogue right now. Flying T-Barcy, hello, hello! How was your raid? How was your stream? How was Disgaea 3? I hope you had a good stream. Now, as always, if you need a break after your stream, I totally understand. Do what you gotta do. But if you wanna hang out with us, you're more than welcome to chill as we see the ending of this Ivalice storyline. This scene feels like an extra epilogue for us old fans. Before the Ivalice Chronicles, we only saw Ramza and Alma right off in the distance without a word. Oh, it's so good. Oh my gosh.
Now that I've played Tactics, I'm so glad I got to experience this raid again. It is so good. It is so good. Remember this plotline? Because it gets dropped, it sucks. You're forever mad you can't fight Gabranth. Yeah, I'm mad too. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but yeah, the Gabranth stuff gets dropped. the Gabranth stuff gets dropped, and I'm very mad about it, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're getting way ahead of ourselves. Stream was good, and you got some story done, and you did some fun stuff. Awesome, awesome. I'm so happy to hear it. All right, let's see this epilogue.
Sir, further research will be required to reach a positive conclusion, but preliminary tests show that the technology utilized here bears striking similarities to our own. Excellent. Let the Eorzeans play with their baubles. True power lies within these very walls. It appears our ancestors were as cunning as they were ruthless.
Is that a theater guy? Traitor? Were you the guy doing squats? Was the squat man a traitor? I don't think that was him, but it's funny to think about it that way.
A weapon powerful enough to carve a gateway to the land's very core. His radiance will be eager to test this Tartarus, wouldn't you all agree?
No, because your plotline will get dropped. They can always go back to the storyline, though. They literally can't. They concluded the storyline in lore dumps. For any Final Fantasy XIV players here, partying up with a Final Fantasy Tactics fan to explain the lore is also fun. Yeah! A friend had you explain tactics while they offered raid advice, and you say it's a fair trade. Oh, that's fun, that's fun. Encyclopedia or Eorzea forever tied that off. Yeah, you actually can find the conclusion of that story in written documents in-game, which I possess in my possession, and it's lame. They're not going to go back to that story. They have already said that it's dropped forever.
It has been an honor to serve one as brave and just as you, Mana. I only hope my contributions to this most recent endeavor have proven of value.
Also, someone was asking me why I didn't like Mikoto having a crush on Sid, and to be honest, it's nothing like serious. It's nothing like serious. I don't know how to say this. It's because of Nero. You know what I mean?
Before this assignment, I would spend my days alone in the library, poring over texts, learning of others' accomplishments, but never recording any of my own. But witnessing you and all you achieved in our short time together has inspired me. When I return to Charlian, I will put in a request with the students of Baldessian for an increase in field research. But I think I shall start with something in Lower Lenosha. Thank you, Mana.
Yeah, Sid has already taken. Sid is going through an eternal divorce right now.
If Begamnon were here, he'd smile and slap us both on the back. You'd probably fall on your face. I miss the captain. I'm not as optimistic as my brothers as to our chances of meeting again, but know this, Mana, I will not forget you, and hope that maybe you will say the same.
I owe you an apology, Mana. I was wrong to doubt you. Whether it be in the council room or on the field of battle, you have proven yourself more than worthy of the many praises the bards sing. Didn't you say this already? I am glad to have counted you as an ally, for I would not wish you upon even my worst enemy. In fact, our paths may cross again sooner than expected. I received word earlier that the Eorzean and Eastern alliances have agreed to assist Lentz Tears, though not in the manner my leader first sought. They will be providing refuge for those displaced in the fighting. Children, elderly, the wounded. I have been assured that all are welcome. Unlike our demand for soldiery, both Lady Tataru and Lady Yugiri seemed much more amiable to this request. Perhaps they remembered how only recently Eorzea received refugees fleeing from Doma and Alamigo, and perhaps it is I who reminded them. For now, I must return to Dalmasca with these tidings, and somehow not only convince the myriad resistance factions to cease their infighting, but also cooperate in the organization of a method in which refugees might be transported safely across the borders. Needless to say, I have my work cut out for me, but even then, this is only the beginning. Once the refugees are safe, there is still a war to be fought and won. Don't worry, Fran, it'll get dropped. And when that time comes, do not be surprised when I come again calling.
Thanks are not nearly enough for all you have provided us, but sadly they are all I have to offer. Thank you, Mana. You watched our rehearsal, so you have witnessed firsthand the fruits of my father's labor. It is now on us, the players, to see their seeds cast across the realm. From fleeing the Empire to searching for a new audience, from finding the truth of our ancestors to bringing back my mother to saving my brother. Many paths were walked on this journey, but ultimately they all led here. Was it merely the oversight that guided us to the Orbone Monastery, or was it, dare I say, fate?
It was Mustadio Bunansa. All paths lead through him.
Our exile, our arrival in Higashi, my father's disappearance. Without even a single one of these things, our paths may not have crossed. If that is not fate, then... Now that Ramza's desire has been fulfilled, the oversight set in this necklace appears to have lost its blessing. Perhaps it is for the best, but I am simply glad that a piece of my mother remains. I shall not say farewell, for I would not have this meeting be our last. Allow me instead to offer a prayer. Mother, abandon not your wayward children of Ivalice, but deliver us from our sins that we might know salvation.
I hope the new act was to your liking. It may still change, seeing as we have yet to finish our rehearsals, but I believe Father has another masterpiece on his hands. I have always admired my father, but never more than I do now. I finally have come to understand why it was so important for him to tell the tales that he did, even if those actions did see him driven from his home. Still, I worry that we may never find our place here in this foreign land, that our voices may never be heard. Everything we knew is gone, everything we worked for behind us. Will the people of Othard and Aldenard accept us for what we offer, in spite of who we were? Will they flock to our stage to hear our stories? Will they laugh at our jests and weep for our losses? I know it is childish to fret over such matters, but perhaps I am still a child, desperate for the acceptance of strangers, despite the fact I am already accepted by my friends and family. Something happened that day I laid hands on my mother's necklace. My father would have me believe it was the hero Ramza's Orisite, the Virgo, that dispelled the fear and hate in my heart and replaced it with love. I would like to believe that it was not only the Holy Stone, but me growing up. Journeying to a new land, meeting new people, learning of new cultures and customs. These things ignited a flame inside me, a flame of change. You, Montblanc, Hurdy, Mikoto, Master Sid, Bwagi, Fran, even Lena. You have all helped fan that flame, that they may rise into a conflagration to burn away the old Ramza, leaving what stands here before you now. My father spoke of one day authoring a play that would chronicle your adventures. I believe I will tell him to abandon that endeavor, for I wish to author it myself, that is, if you will allow it. Oh. You are welcome here any time, Mana, and I hope that you will take time to visit and tell us more of your deeds. I shall be waiting.
Oh, don't give me a feel, dude. Don't make me feel something.
Yesterday, Ivalice was a legend. Today, it is history, and this is all thanks to your selfless efforts. No longer need I hide my heritage, for you have shown it to be noble. I only pray this final act I have penned proves worthy of them and their deeds, granted it still requires much polishing. And yes, I am fully aware that my conclusion to Ramza's tale differs from that which you saw in your vision and learned in the halls of Milan, but that was rather the point. I wanted people to see Ramza in control of his own fate, ending his story on his own terms. Entrusting faith into future generations is noble, but it diminishes the accomplishments of Ramza and his companions, which is why I granted them the victory they deserved.
Oh. Damn it, I'm getting a feel again.
History remembers those who prevailed, and thus will his name endure. Now, was there aught else you wish to ask of me?
I would love to ask about the Necrohall in Milan and the Guardians of Milan.
But it's almost been a 7-hour stream.
Chat, will you yell at me if I don't do those 2 lore dumps? I want to go. I want to go to bed. I want to get dinner. I want to eat food. fine. It's just 2 little lore dumps.
Reports are that the 4th Legion has marched on Valnain, making the commercial center their new temporary base of operations. If that is so, then that is where we strike next. We had our past misgivings, Mana, but in the end we all learned to work for the same cause. I hope we can do so again soon. It won't be simple uniting the factions, but when has war ever been simple? Once we are a united front, we still have to figure out a means of besting the most powerful army in the world. And if by some miracle we achieve that, then we have an entire nation to rebuild, starting with the smoldering heap I used to call home.
Don't you worry, buddy. It'll be so easy to topple over Garlemald. It'll be pathetically easy.
But then again, it sure feels better than being a sky pirate. Let the next time we meet, Mana, be in the Desert Sapphire, neath the Royal Damascan Standard.
Well, wasn't that an adventure, Mana? It is sad to think we must soon part ways, what with all we've been through these past few moons. Satisfied with the city's unwillingness to turn him over to the Garleans, Genomus has decided to purchase a permanent berth above Kugane for the Prima Vista. Supposedly, he has already received petitions from hundreds of Geico and Gainen to join the company. And then there is the matter of my assignment. You will be delighted to learn that I am almost finished. What? How do you expect one to write an exposé when off battling forces of evil from beyond the void? Don't you worry, though. A few more weeks and I'll have a draft. I'll write an outline. Until then, I'll stay here in Kugane a while longer. At the Raven's expense, of course. Farewell!
You have completed the quest. Return to Ivalice. Exiting New Game Plus mode. Oh, I can put my clothes back on. That was the Ivalice raids, everybody! Now, real quick, there is more Ivalice stuff in this game. I will say that the additional Ivalice stuff is much more 12-focused than tactics. But, if we go into my trusty little collection here, and we go into my field record, there's this whole other storyline called Bazia that goes even more into the Ivalice stuff. And you got all of these reports about different people in Bazia. And, there should be... Where are the freaking Lucavi? Where are the freaking Lucavi? Okay, I'm surprised I don't have Lucavi here. I thought I would be able to pull up like Kukulin and the guy that Dice Dark turned into, because there are fights in the Bazia side content. But apparently they do not have field notes. I thought they did. Also, as for this guy, Gabranth, his entire storyline is concluded in this one little report, and it happens entirely off screen. So that's cool. Anyway, yeah, there's more stuff in Bazia, but it's Final Fantasy XII, not Tactics. Pagaga, my beloved. Same. Whoa! Thank you for joining me! Guys, I didn't mean for this to be a 7-hour stream. I think I underestimated how long this was gonna take. But that was fun, and it was so nice to look at that with new eyes that have actually seen Final Fantasy Tactics. I can't believe how much of Tactics' story it explains to you, and I just did not know because my eyes were so small. I was much younger back then. I didn't know Tactics yet. Whew. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna go rest. Thank you so much for joining me. As for my stream schedule, next week, Monday, I'm going to be doing post-game stuff in The World Ends With You. Tuesday, I will be doing the Final Fantasy XIV patch update. Next Friday, I will be starting a new game. I will be starting Xenoblade Chronicles, which is a game that has been in high demand of me for a while now. So new game on Friday! And next Saturday, I'm going to be playing a game with friends. Keep your eye out. Keep your eye out. All right. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, everyone who joined me in the raids today. It was super, super fun. Honestly, I sincerely want to stream 14 more often. I think I'm going to make it happen. maybe more community stuff where we can play together. That would be so good. But yes, now if you want to see what I'm streaming, I do try really hard to keep up with my schedule down below. I also have a Discord where you can get my schedule updates and get pinged when I go live on Twitch. I have a highlight channel that I'm working really hard on. It would mean a lot to me if you checked it out. And of course, if you want to see my previous VODs, including my entire playthrough of Final Fantasy Tactics, you can find it in my VOD channel, which I have posted just now in the chat. All right, everybody. Time for me to take care of this problem. time to everybody here, all my chatters, all my lurkers, and all my VOD watchers. I'll see you all next time. Bye!